Tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami Aurora. So we are back guys. Kita kayo sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power All-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML, ng MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging ano eh. Pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, ano pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime eh. Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa yan na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Maligayang pagdating sa MPL Arena! I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 14. It's time for more non-stop action in the Land of Dawn. Last week, we saw a team rise above expectations and one team gave a stellar debut. So which team will set forth and shine this week? Simulan na natin ang bakbakan and unleash the hero within. Casters, pasok!
ipagpapatuloy na natin ang aksyon para sa ikaliwang linggo ng MPL Philippines Season 14 at para ihatid sa inyo ang lahat ng mga magiging kaganapan. Ako nga pala si Pilida, kasama rito si Ate Mo Chantel para subaybayan kasama ninyo ang lahat ng mga sorpresang ibibigay sa atin ng mga teams na naka-line up for today. Kumustahin muna natin ang isa't isa kasi kanina parang lumulusot na dito sa ating mga headset.
Yung dami ng mga tao.
Oo, lahat.
Oh, so alam natin na excited na lahat ng mga tao na kasama natin ngayon na kahit nanonood. Ano pa nga lang, Thursday pa lang tinatanong na nila kailan po ang next na laban sa MPL.
Tama, tama. Ramdam na ramdam natin kung gaano ka-excited ang lahat. And now, bago tayo magpatuloy, syempre, huge shoutouts muna to our official sponsor, Smart. With Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want with 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps. And you can power or play or watch, share, stream, everything.
You can also get free Giga Arena tickets so you can unleash the inner game in you. This also comes with only TikTok and only text to all networks. All that power for 7 days just for 99 pesos. Kaya ano pang inaantay nyo? Load now.
Alam mo, sinabi na ni Mara Aquino, ang ating host kanina, kung gaano karami ang mga naging kagulat-gulat na kaganapan nung nakaraang linggo. Na feeling ko ay talagang nakapag-set sa atin ng kakaibang mga emosyon papasok dito sa season na ito na feeling ko rin ay kailangan nating balikan ng saglit para sa mga, sabihin na nating baka ay nakaligtaang makita at masubaybayan lahat ng mga matches last week kasi sabihin pa rin natin, marami-rami ang mga nangyaring matches last week talaga. Pero may mga iilan na sobrang tumatak sa atin. Tama ba, Ate Chantel?
Oo, sobrang tumatak yung sabihin na natin naging performance ng Smart Omega laban dito sa Falcons AP Bren, kahit din yung naging laban ng Blacklist and even ng Aurora. Napakadami din nating naging sabihin na nating guest na alam nating nag-abang sa mga laban. Speaking of nag-abang, dahil sa dinami-dami nating inabangan, week 1 pa lang, ganito ang naging standings natin after noon.
Alam nyo naman, nagbago na yung ating scoring system. So, hindi masyadong nalalayo yung points ng ating mga teams. Pero ang pinaka magmamatter dito sa current standings natin, of course, ay yung net game wins / losses na meron ng mga teams natin. Kasi kahit sabihin nating, oo, 4 dyan ang 0 ang current points. Pwede mo sabihin may mga chances pa tayong makitang ma-turnaround nila ang mga pangyayari. Pero magkakaiba kasi yung mga pinagdaanan nila. Meron dito mga 2 serye na ang nilagpasan
Wala
last
pang
week.
napapanalo kahit
At wala
isa.
pa.
At saka ang importante kasi dito yung points natin is pag nanalo ka sa series na yon, regardless kung 2-1 or 1, syempre 2-0, 1 point lang siya. Wala naman na nanalo ng 1-2 and kahit yung mga naka 1-2, wala din sila makukuha na points. Tapos meron nga ding hierarchy na binanggit. So importante siya para dito sa mga nasa bottom teams natin na magkaroon na agad ng points as early as possible.
Sobrang importante niyan. Kaya naman, sino nga ba ang mga unang magkakaroon ng tsansa na baguhin ang kanilang kapalaran para sa ating regular season? That's going to be, first up, TNC Pro Team kontra sa Team Liquid Philippines. At ang ating ikahuling serye for the first day lang naman ng Week 2 ay Smart Omega, yung kupunang gumulat sa ating lahat, kontra sa Blacklist International.
Kaabang-abang itong ating dalawang laban ngayon. Again, for TNC and Blacklist, parang sila yung mga teams natin na as much as possible, kailangan na talagang kumuha ng points as early as now. No, for Smart Omega, sila yung nanggugulat ngayon sa ating liga, even for Team Liquid PH. So, tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari dito sa ating laban dahil talagang excited na ako kung ano nga ba talagang pin-repair ng mga teams natin. Balay mo, may bagong hero na naman.
Alam mo, sinabi mo lang yung mga pangalan ng mga teams, parang may mga sumisigaw-sigaw na kaagad. Meron pa nga tayong mga nakakasalubong dito habang naglalakad sa Green Sun Hotel Makati na sobrang dedicated supporters, di ba? Halos hindi na makapaghintay even if sabihin natin baka ang inaabangan nila yung second series of the day pa lang kasi gusto talaga nila na matunghayan ito live. And inaanyayahan din namin kayo, syempre kung gusto ninyo na makanood dito on site, pwede nyo kaming makasama, pwede nyo mapanood ang mga players and yung mga teams on site. And now, syempre, marami pa kasi tayong pag-uusapan. Sobrang daming kwento ang nakapaloob sa mga seryeng aabangan natin for today. So para ihatid sa atin kung ano nga bang mga kwentong ito, ibigay muna natin ito sa ating Infinix Game Tambayan.
Much love to our casters, both in the Filipino and the English desk. Tama ang kanilang nabanggit. My name is Hans Galeria, this is Renmar Santa Cruz, and that is Auntie Anara. Kasama nyo kami at makakasama nyo pa kami for the rest of the day. Dito lamang sa Infinix Game Tambayan. It's been a week na nangyari all throughout the season and ngayon 4 na teams na naman ang ating matutunghayan.
I'm excited kasi ang daming nakita natin surprising results from week 1 and there are some surprising happenings leading up to week 2.
Oo, kaya nga nakaka-interesting makita kung paano magpe-perform lahat ng teams natin entering week 2 because some of them started out really strong whereas some of them are still finding that kind of momentum.
Yeah, and that performance, whether it's good or really good, would not be possible without our Infinix GT20. Infinix GT20 Pro is the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines Season 14. So maraming salamat po sa Infinix for making this possible. What's possible are the 2 teams that are gonna match up today. It is TNC Pro Team and Team Liquid Philippines. And this is TNC versus TLPH. Coach Wolf, it's still so weird na sinasabi ko yun. Pero ngayon, it's something that we have to live by. Coach Wolf to welcome Coach Tic-Tac back. Now, for the first week, right, we haven't seen Coach Tic-Tac. Mid-season transfers are taking effect in week number 2 as Coach Tic-Tac is now returning to TLPH as the head coach with Coach Saire as assistant coach and then si Coach CJ that was their coach from week number 1 that is going to be moving into the analyst position. And for everybody's information, I feel like I'll give this to you, Auntie Anara. You've seen Coach Saire in the MDL Philippines,
Yeah,
right?
MDL Philippines Season 2, Coach Saire was then a member as a 6th man of Smart Omega Neos and now he is a member of Team Liquid Philippines. So to me, sobrang interesting makita yon kasi kung hindi niyo po alam, si Coach Saire lang naman ang nakadiscover kina Kelra, Chaknu, and Hatred.
Yeah. So kung tutusin, siya ang unang tumesting dun sa kaya.
Kung may creator, siya yung discoverer.
Siya yung discoverer. Yeah, and as you can see, he's gonna be part of such a very well caliber coaching staff as Coach Tic-Tac and Coach CJ. Renmar, this is a new scenario para sa kupunan ng Team Liquid. Kasi for the longest time, it's always been Coach Tic-Tac. Pero ngayon, last season, we've seen Coach CJ. And then now, Coach Saire. What's going to be, the factor that we're going to expect from the Cavalry?
Well, I think one thing we have to acknowledge is for teams that have always had the bigger coaching staffs, hopefully behind the scenes that they have that good balance, that good understanding of like who manages what. Let's look at TNC Pro Team to understand how they see it. Because for TNC Pro Team, Wolf already said in an interview that he focuses more on the macros. He has 2 former players with him as his analyst, as his assistant coach to focus on the micro. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same case for TLPH. The organization is already experienced in terms of handling bigger rosters, bigger coaching staffs. So now, instead of what was a 3v1 heading into this week with the entire roster of TNC Pro Team against Coach CJ, now it's a 3v3.
Kumbaga, they're leveling up the battlefield. Now it's either it's Wolf versus Coach Tic-Tac and friends, if I should say. Kasi meron na sila mga right, and friends.
Welcome back talaga, Coach Tic-Tac.
Welcome back to Coach Tic-Tac because he's going to be part of the team once again. But speaking of someone who is back, this is smart hero within. Dahil SDZYZ, he's gonna be unleashing the Seasoned Hunter. The Seasoned Hunter, given that he's played and he's showcased kung ano nga ba yung meta natin for the longest time. Because he was the substitute jungler for TNC. He's also known as the proponent of the Demon Slayer meta na unang inintroduce noong Season 9. Ito rin yung same season that TNC reached their highest finish in MPL history, being 3rd place. So, now that he's back in TNC, would that be something that we're gonna expect? Or is this a process na kailangan pagdaanan ni SD?
Alam mo, gusto ko lang balikan yung naging run ng TNC Pro Team way back Season 9 wherein they placed their best season yet, no? Wherein they placed 3rd place. And nabanggit nga natin doon na time and time again, TNC Pro Team was the textbook TNC, meaning they've done everything by the book. Lahat ng ginagawa nila, may reason. And SDZYZ is definitely one of the people to look out for. And now, na kumbaga nagkabalikan na kasi sila ni Escalera.
Ikabalikan ka. Sana all, di ba? Okay, tuloy lang.
Nagkabalikan sila ni Escalera na ang tagal nilang hindi naging magkakampi. Tapos, meron pang added factor na nandito si Coach Eto Max and Coach Wolf, na we all know are very renowned analysts of their own, talagang may bagong may papakita ang TNC Pro Team ngayon.
Now that you mentioned that, I'm honestly interested. Renmar, quick lang. How is SDZYZ? Paano ba siya maglalaro ngayon? Kasi we haven't seen him in a long time. Saan ba siya nanggaling? Malaysia, Cambodia? There's been a lot, right?
Yeah, he went on a mini Southeast, hindi world tour, Southeast Asia tour naman yung naranasan niya. So I feel like the inclusion of STZYC now, it's more of a buff. Kasi you have someone who was a veteran, someone who was there during the height of TNC Pro Team, someone who helped introduce a new meta. So buff yung introduction dito ni SD.
Speaking of introduction, I feel like it is now time for Team Liquid Philippines and TNC Pro Team. Let's go.
MPL Arena, this is our first match of the day, and these are the fine gentlemen who will be behind the desks helping out our teams. It's Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert, the Marshals! Ooh, Escalera, SDZYZ back together. There is nowhere to go but up. It's time for the Wolves pack to show their fangs. Give it up. It's a comeback for TNC. Cavaliers, this is for you! The cavalry has arrived, an unstoppable force, and with a new coach, well, returning coach in town, it's Team Liquid PH! Happy birthday again, Carl! And the Master Tacticians, fresh off of a gig, it's Coach Wolf for TNC Pro Team. And for Team Liquid PH, it's Coach Sidon.
It's time for the face-off. SDZYZ, Carl TZ, step forward. Come closer together. SDZYZ, ano ang palag mo kay Carl TZ?
Wait lang po, nakalimutan ko po eh. Basta sabihin ko po eh. Ano, good luck. Bibigyan ka namin kayo ng magandang laban.
Magandang laban. Carl TZ, ano ang palag mo kay SDZYZ?
Mas malaki po yung tiyan ko.
Mas malaki ang tiyan. Alright, fist bump. You may now return to your spots. Can TNC rise once more? Or will the cavalry ride to victory? Let's step in the Lanadon. Casters, pass up.
Yung tiyan ni Carl. Pero sino nga ba ang mas mataas naman ang kumpiyansa dito sa TNC Pro Team with SDZYZ's return?
Kaya nga, Kumbaga na excited na ako makita kung ano yung bagong ipapakita ng TNC Pro Team given their last week's run. So definitely, yung isang linggong preparasyon as they head on to this second week, yun yung kailangan nating makita. May mga tanong tayo na fully gelled na ba talaga yung chemistry? Or kailangan pa nating makitang pag-igihan palalo ng TNC Pro Team kung ano yung binubuo nila as of now?
Yeah, because Coach Wolf did mention that their chemistry was one of the things that they wanted to work on. And
Yes.
Escalera mentioned his frustrations about the movements and the communications not being there. They needed to be there because they're up against a team. They're up against JP and Sanji, who in the roam in the mid. Their rotations alongside Carl TZ, we know Team Liquid PH. We know how well they do locally, how well they do internationally. And they are a team that if you don't know or don't know the strategy that you want to pull off in the early game, they will punish you for it.
And for most of the time, right? For most of the time, we've seen Team Liquid Philippines na ito na talaga yung nilalagay nilang lineup. And TNC Pro Team, they're in the process, di ba? That's what they would always say, especially during their press release, na kailangan mong pagkatiwalaan yung proseso. And now, SDZYC is gonna be part of it to go up against Carl TZ as well.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team, their issues, they mentioned it was chemistry. But for Team Liquid PH, it's biology with how natural the game comes to them.
I mean, for keys to victory, you have to surprise the Cavalry if you're TNC with what you can pull off. If you're the side of Team Liquid Philippines, you have to fight Phoenix armies, versatility with your stability, and then for both, you have to activate your trio mid early and dictate the pace of the game. Auntie, what captured you on this?
Dito sa Infinix Keys to Victory, ang pinaka nag-strike sa akin, yung pangatlo, activate your trio mid early and dictate the pace of the game. Hindi ko alam if napapansin nyo, pero ngayon sa meta natin right now, hindi na masyadong uso na gold laner na lang yung bumubuhat doon sa laban. Gone were the days na talagang nakaalalay lang sa gold laner lahat. Ibig sabihin, kailangang maging mas mabilis ng mid laner, specifically yung mid and roam sa kanilang rotation. One, to give space to their jungler, and two, to give space for their gold laner, especially now na bumabalik tayo sa assassin meta.
Kaya ako natatakot dito para sa TNC Pro Team because right now, this meta, and they have shown it in international tournaments for Team Liquid Philippines, they're so comfortable playing with this kind of rotation, with the roam mid and jungle really setting the tempo. And when you're up against a team that's still trying to discover themselves, again, this is what we mentioned earlier and what we've been talking about, we've been alluding to it, the TLPH can really punish them in the early game if TNC Pro Team aren't careful. However, what I like about TNC Pro Team is that they have shown that when they are in the zone, they can control the early game, and they have also shown to be able to show little flashes of comebacks.
I feel like that's been the trademark of TNC. Right? They've always managed to take control pagdating sa early game ng ilan sa mga series. And I hope that they could also translate that into the later portions of the match because in just a bit ay makikita na natin ang draft, both the picks and bans para sa parehas na kupunan. And I am sure that this is going to be wild given that this is Coach Wolf and it's Coach Saire, Coach Tic-Tac, Coach CJ. We don't know who's there, but this is going to be major para sa dalawang teams.
Talagang major talaga ang magiging kaganapan. But before we delve deeper into the draft, no, gusto ko lang din sabihin na I would say, even in their previous runs, no, the Liquid PH has always been one of the teams na strongest in terms of turtle fights. So yun yung kailangan nating makita from them if they want to take advantage ng fact nga na hinahanap pa ng TNC Pro Team yung talagang chemistry na gagamitin nila as we head on to week number 2.
Yeah, surprising first pick for TNC Pro Team. They go ahead and take the Julian, taking it away from the hands of Carl TZ. That's a usual jungler pick for Team Liquid. While Benny Cutie, although this can still get flexed into the hands of Carl TZ in the jungle, but in terms of the recent pickups, it's almost always a Benny Cutie pick for the Roger. And I like that TLPH decided to go for the Aurora because it's one of the comforts for Hatred in the mid lane.
Yes, and aside from it being a comfort for Hatred, no, magiging maganda yung pagkakapick ng Aurora mostly because it can counter any assassins that will run into it. So isa sa mga nangyayari ngayon, no, Aurora yung isa sa mga primary counters against a Hayabusa. Kasi kapag dumikit yung Hayabusa, hindi tumama yung Quad Shadow, madali siyang mafi-freeze ng Aurora.
Yeah, so that goes to show the level of understanding na meron yung Team Liquid Philippines, knowing that SDZYZ is one of the best assassin users that we so far have in the tournament. Terizla and Moskov yung ipipick up ng TNC Pro Team to finish their first round. Meanwhile, Edith naman para dito sa kupunan ng Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's blitz drafting for both, and TLPH will decide to take away the Faramis. Yeah, really fast. So you can see the level of preparation for both. TLPH picks fast, TNC Pro Team will pick fast right away.
Yes.
Now, one thing that they've been picking a lot, or they picked a lot in week 1, was a Terizla for heads. I actually like this approach that they decide to continue picking the safest EXP laner you can give an EXP laner when you're trying to discover yourself. And I like that TNC Pro Team banned out the High Loss because in the 2 times they faced off against the High Loss, it always surprised them in the draft and in the game.
And even in week number 1, High Loss has always been effective. Kung babalikan natin yung mga games na pinili yung High Loss, I think it was only once na natalo yung High Loss, and it wasn't even a very insurmountable defeat. Nagkaroon lang talaga ng opportunity yung kabilang team na makahanap ng opening doon.
One thing I'm gonna look out for here is a potential jawhead for TLPH.
Yes.
Even though we see the Edith and that does go into the hands of JP, that can still get flexed into the hands of Sanford. Plus a jawhead and Aurora together just sound annoying. I don't want to go
Babato
up
ka
against...
tapos magiging yellow ka tapos.
That kind of does make a lot of sense because from what we've seen, right from the first week of the drafting, parang nagre-rely yung mga teams sa kung ano yung mga flexible na mga heroes. Like they're gonna be picking Julian, they're gonna be picking the Moskov, the Edith. Kasi pwedeng magpunta yun sa iba't ibang parts ng roles. Pero now, we kind of see Terizla na yun nga, just like what Renmar said, is the safest option to go into the XP lane. At madalas din naman na nakikita natin that heads really performs well in that kind of scenario. Meanwhile, for TLPH, we're still unsure kung saan ba pupunta itong Edith, but it will most likely go to JP kasi parang yun yung madalas na nilalaro niya ngayon depending on the scenario.
Ooh, and it's...
Okay, I stand corrected. Predicted.
Oo, kasi nga naman aside from the fact na medyo nakakainis talaga yung jawhead, yung mere fact na kaya niyang itapon palikod kung sino man yung nasa harap ng kabilang koponan TNC Pro Team in this case, madali nang mababurst down yon ng kalaban.
But how is this Tigreal matchup gonna go against the jawhead, right? Kasi usually
paunahan.
Parang medyo paunahan scenario yan, di ba?
Yeah, it is gonna be standard paunahan for these two in terms of who can get their main abilities off first. The good thing for the jawhead is he has anti-crowd control. So the Vexana pick up for TNC and a last pick carry. So they do flex the Roger, put it in the hands of Krautizi in the jungle, and Benny Cutie goes for the carry. I like that TNC. I want to focus a little bit more TNC because they're the team right now that has a lot of questions. This draft looks relatively easy to pull off.
Oo. Kaya lang, alam mo, gusto ko din banggitin, yung fact na in terms of flexibility, talagang nasa TNC Pro Team, 15 picks na ang TNC Pro Team unique heroes picked. Whereas for Team Liquid Echo, they've always used the same hero na paulit-ulit gumagana sa kanila.
I mean, it's been that story, right? Kasi so far, they are undefeated in terms of matches. Nakita natin na paulit-ulit nilang ine-execute yan. And as of this moment,
nice
the PNC hopefuls, right? The Phoenix Army is really looking forward for them to get a victory that's very much necessary para makuha nila ang panalo. Both the Cavalry and the Phoenix Army ay talagang pinaghahandaan itong matchup na to because Week 2 is a crucial point. Possibly a turning point habang para dito pa lang makuha mo na kagad yung momentum mo to get the victory, right?
It's good to know that we have at least one dude in the crowd that smells good.
Yeah.
But I know our crowd smells amazing. That's what I love about the MPL-PH crowd. We showered.
I mean, yup. That's right. Why did you have to say that? But okay.
Sige,
okay. Wag niyo lang kakalimutan. Wag niyo lang kakalimutan. Major love sa lahat ng mga tao na nanonood sa ating venue and especially to the people na nanonood mula sa Tarlac City. Pinapapunta na kayo dito, mag-boost na daw kayo.
Oo nga, ito na yun.
Hindi ko alam kung paano kayo pupunta dito, pero pupunta na kayo because in just a bit, we'll be seeing these two teams and I am sure that SDZYZ's return will be welcomed very well ng kupunan ng Team Liquid Philippines. But the question is, how will they fare? This lineup that seems to still be a puzzle that the Phoenix Army is continuing to figure out ay malalaman natin in just a bit on how they will recreate. I'm still not sure how they will, like, focus on things, pero sigurado ako na mas narinis na nila yan over the week.
Definitely. We mentioned the mid-trio. Julian, Vex, and Tigreal can be dangerous for the lineup of TLPH if they aren't
Crowd
careful.
control galore.
Yeah, crowd control galore. But the good thing is you have the passive of the Aurora to potentially negate an early pick-off. Because imagine if they blow their skills a little bit too early, then Aurora still survives. That doesn't feel good.
Talagang paunahan lang ang mangyayari sa ating mid laner. And yun na nga, yung ating third keys to victory. Kaya naman makikita na natin in just a while kung sino nga ba ang mauuna.
Seems like the Cavalry and the Phoenix Army are ready for action. Rekta na natin sa game number 1. Casters, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga tropa dyan sa Infinix Game Tambayan. At ngayon ay talagang sabik na tayong matunghayan ng aksyon na ito. Pero bago natin yun puntahan, Ate Mo Chantel, alam mo kung anong tumatak sa akin sa
Ano yun?
naging usapan kasi nila doon sa bandang likod. Para sa mga kasi viewers natin dyan online, nasa likod lang kasi natin yung Infinix Game Tambayan, ay yung fact na oo nga naman, for the past 2 or 1 series na nalaro ng Team Liquid, diba, ay talagang naging very consistent lang naman sila sa kanilang mga pinipick up na heroes. And nagre-reflect yun maski sa draft natin ngayon. Ilang season na ba natin nakikita si Benny na talagang parang gusto maging go-to gold lane ang carry. But just the same, what strikes me is that sabi nga ng ating mga panel dito, ay relatively easy to pull off lang din naman ang lineup ngayon ng TNC. And komportable sila dyan.
Oo, tsaka kapag nasanay ka na kasi sa isang bagay, parang kung hindi pa naman siya nagkakamali or napupull off pa naman, parang hindi advisable na baguhin. So, hindi muna nila nilalabas, kumbaga, yung kanilang baraha. So, nagkakasilipan lang muna pala yung mga teams natin ngayon. At nasisilip din tayo ngayon.
Oo, ayan. Kami yan. Kami ang maghatid sa inyo ng aksyon. Nalipat na muna sa amin para dito sa game number 1 of the first series ng ating week 2. At ngayon ay makita naman natin kung gaano pa kakalmado kasi ang nabanggit din nga ng ating mga panel ay ang importansya rito ng pagseset ng tempo. Kumbaga, yun ang isa sa mga pinakapumapaikot na ideya dito kasi tumitingin tayo sa dalawang roamers na napaka-crucial yung kanila magiging tempo, yung capability nila na mag-set up and magbigay ng mga crucial pick-off sa kanilang mga kakampi.
Oo, tsaka dito parang kung paano yung difference pagdating sa Johead tsaka sa Tigreal kasi parang magkaiba, diba? Technically, yung gusto nilang gawin, yung isa nang iitsa, yung isa nag-iipon. Kamuntikan na, nagkakaramdaman lang doon sa top lane yung mga players natin. Maaga pa daw masyado para magkaroon ng first blood.
Sabi mo kasi yung isa nang iitsa, kamuntikan na siya doon kasi may earth shatter pang natitira sana from a Sanford. Pero that's a major resource na na-burn din for the XP laner ng TNC. Kasi di ba typically, ano ba ang mga nakikita mong ginagawa ng Terizla kapag may turtle objective? Literal, kailangan mo isipin, hala, mauuna rin ba to? Kasi pinag-usapan na natin yung mga roamers, mahilig yan mauna. Pero just the same yung essence ng isang Terizla na ma-set up. Pagka may XP, pag may turtle, kailangan mo tingnan, pero speaking of mauna!
Napakaganda Sacred Hammer! At ito na nga ang makukuha ng side ng TNC SDZYZ. Na-miss daw sila or na-miss daw siya dito sa MPL. Dediretso dito ang TNC pagdating doon sa Maya Pagong. At saka ang ganda nung sinabi mo dito na parang more on nag-aantay din yung mga XP laners. Sabi ng TNC, baguhin natin. Bakit tayo dediretso doon sa turtle? Diretso na natin doon sa may bandang gitna. At itutuloy pa nga penalty zone!
Naku, mukhang mapapabagsak na rin yun ang jungler ng Team Liquid. Pero may kapalit naman onto Escalera. Sanford may flicker pang natitira pero i-go na rin ba ito nila Sanji and JP?
At makikita natin si SCCYZ halos mawala na buhay doon. Maaabot pa nga yata pero makakatakas pa. Heads with the kill. SDZYZ patay. Tapos si JP ang nakuha dito ng TNC.
Sobrang tindi nung pagkakatansya dito ng TNC Pro Team on how they're planning to start things up prior to the first objective of the game. Hindi natin nakita yung kahit ano pa mga, kumbagay, naging kalugian nila na na-force out agad yung flicker ni Heads kasi hindi hinintay ng TNC na magka-turtle para maramdaman nila yun. Siniguro nila yung isa sa mga magiging taga-setup pa ng TLPH dito ang mawawala prior to that. And hindi nga siya naging turtle fight yata eh. Kasi nasetapan talaga ng TNC Pro Team yun.
Sa gitna, no? Kanina parang nagulat tayo kasi Boski parang ipo-force mo lang na umuwi, saglit yun nasa gitna. Doon kumuha agad sila ng kill. At si Escalera dito ay so far, nagiging consistent talaga yung kanyang pacing para dito sa TNC. Now for JP naman, parang more on information muna yung binibigay niya para sa Team Liquid PH. Ang inaabangan ko dito, Ate Brigida, is kung paano yung magiging laban mamaya ni Benny Cutie tsaka ni Kozen kasi so far hindi pa pa sila nagugulo sa lane nila eh.
Sobrang tahimik lang ng dalawang yan ngayon. Kasing tahimik lang din ang mga nakikita natin na pwestuhan ng mga crucial heroes dito ng Team Liquid. Kasi sa naoobserbahan din natin nagiging takbo ng laro, maski si JP ay nagsastruggle yatang pumorma at humanap ng mga magandang pwestuhan o brushes na pwedeng hanapan ng setups for his team. And all the more reason yon for Sanji and Benny QT na huwag nyo masyadong dikitan muna dito si JP kasi tulad na lang yan, may setup na naman!
Grabe naman talaga si Escalera, makukuha na naman dito si JP. Killing spree na para dito kay Heads. Ito na naman yung ikalawang beses na bago magkaroon ng pagong. Meron na namang kill para sa TLC. So binibilisan nila yung kanilang rotation dito against the Team Liquid PH. Pero parang magkakaabangan na ngayon Brigida para sa ating pagong nakapwesto ngayon ang Liquid PH.
Paano kaya nila ito performa? Dahil si Sanford ang mauuna with your shatter onward combo na makakancel out lang yata!
Ay nga nabawalan buhay doon si Cartesi. Mapipilitan na lumayo. At si Sanford may iwan pa nga. Pero 5 players yata dito na side ng TNC makakakuha. Sanford is down pero may palit din. Dito ang Liquid PH. Ginamit na ni JP yung kanyang flicker. Pero walang tatamaan nung injector. So hihinga muna ating mga players kasi TNC parang hindi din yata pwedeng tumuloy doon sa turtle kasi wala silang mga buhay.
At sa nagawang setup and engage na yon ni Sanford ay nagkaroon ng lugar huminga ang Team Liquid Philippines, eventually securing the second turtle objective ng ating laro. So nakakuha ng kahit papano bawi doon ang Team Liquid at panigurado'y gusto na nga nilang mag-convert kaya nakikita natin dito sa bottom lane si Ben Cutie na tahimik nga lang naman talaga pero hindi naman din siya napupuruhan so far. Kaya kung yun lang ang titignan natin for Team Liquid, para pwede mo pang sabihin na kahit papano'y nasa ligtas pa namang kalagayan yung team nila.
Oo, tsaka maganda yung dito, nabanggit mo yung ginawa ni Sanford kasi 5 players pala.
Oo.
Kanina ng TNC yung naghabol sa kanya. So nagkaroon ng space doon yung mga players ng Team Liquid PH at bumaliktad na yung pabarya kanina na kalamangan ng TNC. Napunta naman ngayon sa Team Liquid PH. Siguro ano na lang, depende na lang sa kung paano yung paggamit dito ng mga skills.
Yep.
Lalong-lalo na sa mga post-4 natin kay Hatred at kay Sanji. Binati natin si Karurito kanina. Birthday nga din pala ni Kuya Hatred.
Ayo nga, napakaraming nagse-celebrate ng birthday ngayon kaya for sure gusto nilang maipanalo ito kaso may conceal may conceal play tapos makakancel out lang din yata napakaganda doon sa loob pero may penalty zone!
May kita pa nga dito si Sanford na napakakunat naman talaga. Aalis doon sa kanyang gandang pero mapatay pa rin sa kamay dito ni Heads. Napakaganda na nangyayari ngayon para sa TNC pero habang nangyayari yun, nakakapag-farm pala or clear ng minion wave si Karurito sa top lane.
Oo, kasi si Carolito talaga kailangan antabayanan mo rin kung ano ba ang ginagawa ng jungler ng Team Liquid kahit na sinasabi nyo kanina at kanina pa kayo nakakuha ng advantages kontra doon sa mga players nila na masaspatan nyo such as JP, such as Sanford pero still not taking away the fact na so far this early game has clearly been in the hands of TNC. Sobrang ganda nung kanilang mga nagiging pag-anticipate dito. Halos hindi talaga tayo nakakakuha pa ng successful so far na ejector setups coming in from JP. Pero another thing also na we have to look at ay kung paano pa rin naiingatan ng TLPH yun kasi nga hindi din naman nila dinidikitan ng sobra tong mga taga-front na to. So merong mga nakukuhang kills pero isa-isa lang katulad na lang yata nito.
Ayun nga lang, hindi tatamaan pero baliktad pa. Nice counter setup play para dito sa Team Liquid PH pero free para sa kanila. Si JP dito tatamaan na at makapatay pa nga sa kamay dito ni SDZYZ. At dahil dyan, TNC, kompleto pa rin na pwedeng kumuha ng pagong habang yung Team Liquid PH, sabi nila dito, Brigida, inalaban pa rin namin!
Uy, kinasa na yata yung conceal doon pero may primal rush pang natitira. Ay, go ba ito ni Carlito kasi hindi naman siya sinamaan ng penalty zone. That's a shutdown for Sanford. Ay, double kill pa nga!
At kita natin dahil dyan, Team Liquid PH ang makakakuha ng pagong at sila pa rin ang lamang pagdating dito sa gold and even yung gitna. Parang pwede pa nga yata nilang kuhanin dahil papasok na naman with those free hits si Cartesi. Meron pa silang minion pero madedepensahan pa rin, hindi ipipilit! Sanji with that turret secured.
At ang objectives ay unti-unti nang pumapabor for Team Liquid Philippines. Kanina ay kakala mo medyo makakahinga ka pa dahil hindi na ganoon ka naging pulido yung team fight in favor of either TNC or TLPH. Pero sabi nila, hindi. Ilalaban pa rin natin ito. Iko-commit natin ito dahil alam nating meron na tayong capabilities to do so. Kasi nga hindi naman sobrang na-shutdown yung crucial players dito ng Team Liquid. And right after that, kung kanina sabi mo barya-barya lang yung mga kalamangang nakikita natin, libo-libo na ngayon.
Oo, parang nakalimutan humulog ulit. Kaya lumaki na ng lumaki. Dito yung kalamangan ng Team Liquid PH at napakaganda na binanggit mo yan kasi
kahit si SDZYZ, feeling ko mahihirapan na siya na mag-try na mag-secure dito ng kanyang purple buff. Pwedeng puntahan anytime, pwedeng salubungin. So 8 minutes pala nung laban natin, pero ramdam mo na yung intensity. At saka yung trading ba nung dalawang teams natin. Kasi so far wait lang, so far meron setup play pala doon sa may top lane. May penalty so para kay Heads, pero nakita na si Hatred. At mabibigyan na nga din si Heads sa moment na yun.
Naku, papasok pa ba rito si Kozen? Mukhang hindi na. JP, mapapatong ba at magiging kapalit? Mukhang hindi. Escalera, nako! Mag-isa ka na lang yata dito! At sasamahan mo na yung ibang mga kampi dahil 4-man down for TNC!
At nakikita na nga natin ngayon na mas bumibilis na ang pagtakbo dito na side ng Team Liquid PH. Yung 2K na gold lead nila kanina, 3.6K na ngayon. Now for TNC, parang sila naman yata yung gumagawa ng split push play. Pero ito yung pinaka nangyari. Ito ang ating Infinix Instant Replay.
Ayan napakaganda Nandun yung combo nung penalty zone, frigid glacier. Pero how well did TLPH position themselves doon sa nakita nating makitid or dito sa espasyong ito sa bandang top lane natin. Literal na wala ka nang tatakbuhan kung ikaw si Escalera. And right then, speaking of, isa na namang setup ang nakita natin.
Parang may malaspring yung ejector ni JP doon. Nakakita tayo bigla ng isang Terizla na lumilipad. So ito na yung sinasabi natin na isang magandang ejector play lang para dito sa side ng TLPH. At dahil dyan, nakasecure na ulit sila ng another objective against the TLPH. And speaking of gold, malaki pala ang kalamangan ni Benny QT versus dito kay Kozen.
Alam mo yung mga kalamangan na yan, bago mangyari yung sa top, babanggitin ko pa lang din yata Kahit na, nahihirap-hirapan siguro si SDZYZ by now, maganda yung standing na. Hindi pa siya nakahanap, hindi pa siya nabibigyan. Puwera lang doon sa nakita talaga nating moment sa top lane na binigla ang TNC Pro Team. Regardless of how well they were able to establish that early game. Sobrang evident yung standing ni JP kanina. Wala yung 4 assists na yan.
Biglang dumiretso, dinire-diretso na kumbaga dito ng TLPH. So sinasabi mo dito na kung sino una man bigla, sila ang mauuna at lalamang pagdating sa teamfight. So tingnan natin kung mabibigla ba ulit ang TNC dahil nandito na yung Lord sa may top lane. Pero naka-ready sila para dumepensa. At mabilis lang din naman ang kanilang clearing na minion wave dahil first Lord pa lang din naman. So mabilis nga na nadepensaan.
Tsaka yung kahit papaano ay meron silang very reliable na magiging sources of wave clear dito. Meron pa namang mga Eternal Guard dyan, si Hatred, Kozen, Moskov. Ano pa ba ang kailangan mong hingiin sa Moskov pagdating sa wave clear? Lumulusot at lumulusot lang yan. Yung mga sibat niya ay talagang mararamdaman mo kahit nandun ka sa likuran. So pwede talaga nilang panghawakan itong depensa na gusto nilang gawin. And late game wise ay pwede mo ring sabihin isa yun sa kakapitan ng TNC. Talagang si Kozen dito na kanina nakikita natin paunti-unting naghahanap ng trades for their team is the same person na pwedeng mag-turn around ng mga makikita nating kaganapan later on. Siyempre, kagapay niya dyan, yung mga setups dapat na magmumula kay Escalera na kailangan na yatang ibalik yung pressure ng early
Yung nangyari kanina, kasi parang biglang nabubulaga yung mga players kanina ng TNC. So iba yata yung formation ngayon. Natin ibigay ng side ng TLPH. Parang si Sanford yata yung mauuna. Tapos biglang makakakita ka na lang ng robot ni JP na biglang tatakbo. Tingnan natin kung ganun yung mangyayari para dito sa ating dalawang teams. And gusto natin yung tempo nung TLPH na kalmado lang. Pero pagka parang nasimulan na nila, wala nang makakapagpapigil. Parang ganun
And parang all it takes is for at least one crucial play or one player na hindi mag-hold back. Kagaya nung nakita nating play na ginawa ni Sanford nung isang mga major objective kanina na pakiramdam ko from that point onwards ay unti-unti nang nakapaulit ng Team Liquid kung paano ulit nila magigit or makuha yung grasp sa tempo na papabor sa kanila for this entire fight. And sobrang nag-iingat na nga ngayon yung TNC kasi hindi na nila pwedeng lakihin pa yung agwat na ito kasi aapak na siya ng halos 8,000 sa pabor ng Team Liquid. Tumitingin ka sa isang Roger, sa isang Carry na kayang-kayang manunaw kahit na gusto mong promonta. Pero speaking of pronta!
Pumonta na nga. Tingnan natin kung papasukin nila si Escalera. Dumating na rin si Kozen pero naamoy dito ng Team Liquid PH. Si JP papasok doon. Matatamaan na Secret Hammer at mamamatay pa nga sa kamay ni SDZYZ. Pero si Carty si full free hit lang versus Heads. At aalis mo ng mga players dito dahil nabawasan nga ng isa yung team ng TLPH. Pero sila pa nga ang nakakuha dito ng Lord.
Natulak nila. Papalayo. Enough yung TNC to create space and secure that objective for themselves. Pero Heads, grabe. Kamuntikan siya. Piso na lang talaga yun, literal.
Oo, kapiso na lang si Kuya Heads nung moment na yun, pero nakasira naman ngayon ang TNC ng Torres sa may bandang gitna. So, grabe yung yung dalawang teams natin, hindi pwedeng walang makuha before sabihin na natin sacrifice sa isang team fight.
Kung ikaw ay ang TNC rito or TLPH, mararamdaman mo yung kaba sa pag-anticipate ng mga pwedeng setups talaga kasi doon nagiging very reliant yung team fights natin so far. Pero speaking of, hindi na yata basta setup ang hanap. Kamuntikan doon si Cozen, nahanap ni Carl TZ.
Oo, parang napaalis lang muna. Parang delikado din kapag ipilit na magkaroon pa ng team fight. Pero take note na force na.
Oo.
Yung Wind of Nature pala. Dito ni Cozen.
Oo, napakalaking bagay noon for TNC na currently on the defense. Kaka-pick up lang din ng Rose Gold Meteor dito ni Benny Cutie pero hindi rin naman yata sila magpupumilit ng kahit ano pang laban sa ngayon Gusto lang nilang linisin yung mga teore ng TNC. At maski si Escalera rito, magdadalawang isip yata muna na maghanap ng setup considering na
wala pa siyang flicker pala.
Oo, wala rin. Tsaka si Benny naka-Fury.
Oo, feeling ko antayin muna nila dito yung mga pa-flicker ni Escalera. Pero madami din kasi pang sagot dito yung TLPH So ngayon ay ramdam. Again, uulitin natin at sasabihin ko ulit na grabe ang controlled aggression.
Yes.
Parang alam mo yung pag sinabi nilang may nangangati may kagat ka ng lamok, iko-cross mo muna.
Hindi mo kakamutin pero magdo-drawing ka nung X na pwede mong gawing asterisk pag nagigil ka na pero basta iwasan mo siyang sobrang kamutin kasi lalala siya.
Parang ganun yung nangyayari ngayon sa TLPH. Actually, applicable din siya sa TNC kasi pwede silang mag-asim din na parang counterplay na tayo. Sige, meron ako immortality. Mag-i-implosion ako. Pero hindi inaantay nila yung perfect timing.
Tsaka malaking bagay kasi yung pagkaka-force out talaga, tingin ko nung Wind of Nature dito.
Kanina, no?
Ni Cozen. Kaya nagkaroon siguro ng kaunting hesitation sa parte ng TNC. Isa, kung ipagpapatuloy ba nila, kung maghahanap nga ba sila ng engage. Also, since TLPH, yung mas nakikitaan natin ng aggression, ng dominance so far dito sa ating nagiging laban. 15 minutes na po tayo para sa ating unang game. Pero hanggang sa puntong ito, ramdam mo rin yung respeto ng TLPH sa kapasidad ng TNC. Pero si Heads nga ba ang ibabato, mukhang hindi magiging matagumpay.
Okay, napa-flicker out si JP na moment na yun. Nagamit na rin yung Sacred Hammer by the way ni Escalera. Testing lang. Testing ng daw kung merong set upan. So mabilis nakikilos ngayon ng TLPH doon sa may bandang Lord. Pero si Escalera naghahabol din. Okay, nagkakitaan ang dalawang roamer.
Okay. Ang wala lang para dito ay ang flicker ni JP. So at least alam yon ng TNC Pro Team na walang surpresang ejector na may pwedeng mambula sa TLPH, not unless dikitan nito ng sobra ni JP. Pero if you were JP, sobrang tricky nito kasi kailangan mong lakarin, i-timing doon sa deathly grasp ni Hatred na pwedeng turn things around. So TLPH mukhang ito, unti-unti naman na nilang pinepwestohan ang ating Lord Objective. Pero look at Heads. Ano ang timing na gagawin dito ng ating mga dalawang XP laners? Naku po, sisimulan na ba ito? Makukuha ba ng TLPH?
Mabilis na setup play para dito sa side ng TNC. Pero habang nangyari na nakuha na ng TLPH kanina yung Lord, si Carl TZ, mga paalis nung moment na yon, meron namang immortality. Si Heads medyo napakakunat at nakita na nga si Sanjay. Natagpuan si Sanjay doon sa may bandang likod. Halaka, nakita na sila. Pero papasok na naman dito si Escalera, meron pa Sacred Hammer. Habang si Carl TZ nag-aantay lang ng perfect timing. Si Sanford at si SDCYZ ang naging casualty nung moment na yon.
What? Anong ruta yung dinaanan ni Sanji doon?
Nagulat ako bigla, parang,
Hindi basta U-turn yun Hindi ko siya maipaliwanag na circle and curly.
Kasi sabi nga natin, kakaiba kasi talaga.
May something pala siya.
May something kasi talaga.
Hanggang Aurora ba naman, may something siya kasi direserba niya yung flicker para malito, para makabalik doon sa kakampi niya. Ay, wala na muna tayong pwedeng sabihin pa. Depensa muna para sa TNC Pro Team. Pero conceal sa baba, magmula kay Escalera.
Nag-conceal si JP,
Okay. Sino mauna dito? Sino mauna? Depensa lang yata. Respeto. At disiplina lang ulit muna.
Grabe ang pasalubong sa atin dito ng TNC tsaka ng TLPH.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday sa mga nag-celebrate din ng birthday ngayon. At tsaka nung last week.
Sa lahat na, pati next week. Happy birthday sa inyo. Ito yung regalo ng TNC and TLPH. Isang napakadikit na 18-minute game.
Grabe, no? At yung kinakabahan ako kasi kapag mga 18 minutes na kasi, alam mo, parang ang nangyayari kasi sa mga sa mga teams, lalo na pag nasira dito yung tore ng TNC, taas baba.
Oh.
Ang Team Liquid PH ay sanay
Oo.
sa mga biglaang split push,
Nako.
backdoor.
Nako.
Kung ano na ba ang tawag natin sa ganong klaseng play.
Ayun na nga eh. Kaya yung pag-manage netong mga waves na to, kaya maiintindihan mo rin kung bakit ang TNC Pro Team, todo kapit sila sa mga natitirang inhibitor turrets na meron sila. Kasi yung wave management na pwede nilang problemahin, kalaban kasi dito TLPH, Team Liquid, and yung history nila na sobrang daming beses na biglaan na lang tinatapos yung laban just by split pushes ay hindi gusto problemahin ngayon ng TNC Pro Team. So, ito lang.
Ano yun? Sige, anong baon mo sa amin?
Ito lang ang oras para pwede tayong huminga ng onte. Ito lang yun.
Oo.
Kasi mamaya, walang hingahan na to for sure. Hindi na-reveal ng Magic Sentry kung nasa na ang Team Liquid. So, libre talaga ngayon ang Team Liquid na pumorma at pumwesto sa kung ano mang gusto nila.
Oh, ang ganda ng pwesto na yun kasi 'di ba normally doon ka nagtatago sa may bush after nung buff. So dahil doon parang sabi ng TNC, asa na ba talaga?
Asa na ba?
Oo, asa na ba? Kasi nandito tayo sa may bottom lane. Nag-sentry tayo doon sa may purple buff, pero walang tao.
Wala eh.
Oo, so
ayun
si Escalera may information siya.
Naku, speaking of tao, maganda Kaso, iingatan na lang din yata ni Escalera ang sarili niya dahil mas kakailanganin siya mamaya. Pero hindi ko alam kung pagpapatuloy niya to eh.
Hindi. Feeling ko na experience na rin niya ng iba eh. Yung parang nagtatago ka lang sa bush, tapos gagawa ka ng play. Tapos nakakalimutan mong gumalaw. Tapos natitipi talaga yung pabalik ng base. So kailangan niya diyang gumalaw-galaw. Okay, focus lang.
Naku, nakikita si Carlito!
Nakita na dito si Carlito, pero hindi tama Eternal Guard. Pero napakasakit ang damage dito sa TNC. Kinulangan pa nga. Kahit daw masakit, makakatakas pa rin ang isa sa mga main cast ng Lobo. Habang nandito mga players ng TLPH, hinahanap na nila kung saan nga ba pwede may opportunity na makapasok laban sa TNC.
Naku po, merong Earth Shatter on-mark combo, pero naiwasan yung Frigid Glacier at may binalibag na naman. Kaso si Eds ang unang mawala at isa-isang tumatakbo ang TNC!
Nakuha na rin si Escalera, double kill na para dito si Sanford. At habang nangyayari yun, si Cousin pala nandun sa taas. Pero nandun naman si Carlito para depensahan habang kumakatok na paunti-unti ang mga players dito na side ng TLPH. At para sisirain na nga at itutuloy pa. Pero yung nga lang sasalubugin pa dito si Hatred at unti-unti na nga mawawala. Napakaganda pagbitaw. Pero Team Liquid PH para sa game number 1.
What a way to start this day! Kung akala mo ay hindi pa tapos, babawiin yun ng Team Liquid para sa kanila. Tapos na raw yung laro. At yun ang pinakita nila sa atin. Ganoon ka-composed na natili ang Team Liquid for that game. And bigay muna natin ito sa ating Infinix Game Tambayan.
This is the cavalry coming through in situations like this. Alam nila kung ano yung gagawin. TNC had quite the lead from the first few minutes. But again, dito sa Infinix Game Tambayan, we've witnessed at nakita natin kung paano binaliktad at dinomina ng TLPH ang entirety ng Game 1.
A base race? Like TNC Pro Team really decided to call for a base race. That was one of the riskiest calls. It didn't pay out for them. A base race!
Maganda yung naging intentions ng TNC Pro Team. It is just that naging madali for the side of Team Liquid Philippines na mag-back away. And yun yung nagiging difficulty, right, with the Moscow because you're always -1. Meaning, ang tendency ng kabilang kalaban, i-run down kayo kasi alam nila na wala yung isa sa mga primary damage dealers nyo. That outplay from Carl TZ doon sa Last Lord, hindi siya nabigyan. Kaya naman nakapag-back siya sa base na defend niya while the rest of Team Liquid Philippines went in for the win.
Yun na sana yun di ba? It would have been a turning point para sa kupunan ng TNC, but this is the guy, the one that got away, I should say. It's Sanji na ang gamit ay yung kanyang Aurora, the MVP of Game 1.
Yeah, the one that got away and the one that they really just couldn't get. Antianara, you pointed out something about the passive of Sanji. Would you like to repeat it for our viewers?
Okay, kung hindi nyo po nabalikan, at most, once lang nag-proc yung Pride of Ice ni Sanji. And it wasn't even that he was playing safe. Ang ganda lang ng pwesto niya to the point na kahit mag-flicker in siya, hindi siya naaabot ng koponan ng TNC Pro Team. And Hans, you were mentioning this bago tayo mag-start dito sa ating Infinix Game Tambayan, na early game, nasa TNC Pro Team. But Renmar, second and third turtle, doon na nag-start yung kalbaryo nila.
Yeah, one of the trends that I saw in this game was that for the shorter team fights, for the ones where it would be TNC getting the pick off, the one getting the first vision, and the one who will get the first kill, it goes good for them. But the
Yes.
longer the team fight goes, TLPH just shows how damn good they are at fighting. They reposition in mid-team fight. They decide to go forward when TNC expects them to go back a little bit just because that they've lost one. And that's one thing that I felt like was hanging over TNC. The entire game number one, it felt like as the series went on, they started to overthink a little bit more of, oh wait, do we fight now? We have to watch out for the Edith. Can we even reach the Aurora? We're up against a Roger. It seems like, yeah, the lineup of TNC is easier to pull off. TLPH, though, they have so many things for their lineup that TNC needs to overthink.
Yep. Kaya nga, nakita natin, best exhibited yon nung second Lord, kung saan na-pick off ng TNC Pro Team si JP.
Yeah.
But then what happened is, because they were overthinking, na nagkakaroon ng difficulty for them to move forward. Kasi kahit lamang sila in terms of numbers, meron, kumbaga, hanging at the back of their minds na, paano kapag na-chain crowd control tayo? Paano kapag hindi tayo nakapag-free hit?
Oh, by the way, that's an Aurora with a Sky Piercer. In my head, I was thinking, is that right? But yeah, it is. I mean, they couldn't take out the Aurora. I think it was the third or fourth item that Sanji ended up, the third item that Sanji ended up building.
Pero isa nga lang eh. Yun lang yung katangi-tanging time na nag-proc yung passive, just like what you said.
Yup.
So, aside from the point na medyo naging maingat at naging sobrang kalkulado yung galaw nitong si Sanji, TNC was also thinking about the 7K gold lead na tangan ng Team Liquid Philippines. Probably the reason why they went for the Lord. But again, strength in numbers. That's what you would expect from TNC. They have the Teresa. They have the Tigreal. Parang alam mo na their lineup is usually built for team fights. Right?
Yeah. For TNC Pro Team, again, they were thinking about multiple conditions. Number one, will JP conserve his ultimate or use it from the beginning? And most of the time, it was JP just going ahead into the front line. Even though he gets taken down, classic roamer mentality, ako na lang, wag naman yung yung kakampi ko. Ako na lang yung kunin nyo. And that's what they did. After that, you have to overthink the Edith. Will she have the primal wrath stacks? Then you think about the entry of Carl Tizzy as the Roger. Then you think about,
Ang dami.
There's so many things they have to overthink.
And again, dito pa rin pumapasok ulit yung fact lang na kahit strength in numbers, dahil ang dami niyong kailangang i-overcome, that makes you second guess. And yung span ng second guessing ngayon, yun yung time na biglang, ay, umaari pa pala yung kalaban, kaya pa pala nilang pumalag.
Now that brings me to the point na 'di ba hindi nga na-convert yung kill dun kay Carl Tizzy that one time. I felt like even when Carl Tizzy was down, mahihirapan pa rin sila to actually secure the Lord just because of the way that they're approaching things. The way that they're trying to force those team fights alone.
Yeah, there were two major plays. Auntie Anara touched on it earlier. That second Lord wherein they already picked off JP and they decided to back off to altogether help clear back a little minion wave, which TLPH said, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and rush the Lord. And then that last play, with Carl Tizzy already brought low, with your Moskov up top, split pushing, why didn't TNC pull the trigger and say, yeah, let's just go fight this in the Lord? Because Kozen's already pressuring the side. There were so many times where I'm wondering, TNC, why don't you want to commit?
Kaya nilang kontrolin yung Lord fight at that point. Ang naging parang caveat lang talaga ay walang ultimate, walang implosion doon yung Tigreal. So I guess that's what made them hesitate with that entire play. But still, again, we have been mentioning na kahit strength in numbers, hindi na nga strength in numbers, 4 versus 4 na lang yung kaganapan na yun. And even then, yung chain crowd control coming from the Julian, coming from the Jawhead, and even from the Vexana, I think those kinds of things are more than enough na i-capitalize ng kupunan ng TNC Pro Team para in a way, makahawak ulit sila ng kakaunting espasyo doon sa laban.
Yeah, honestly, this is gonna be a lot to untangle, a lot to unfold para sa Phoenix Army. But you can also have to give it to the side of Team Liquid Philippines kasi sobrang ganda ng kanilang naging execution. Especially from those
Yes.
turtle fights na napansin natin right from the start,
Second
right?
and third
I mean,
turtle
second
talaga.
and third turtle, parang doon nila biglang nag-flip yung switch and that's the switch that you were talking about.
Yeah, and this is what we see and what we get from a team that's been playing together for a long time. Chemistry was the main question hanging above this entire series, one of the main things. And it just goes to show how well Team Liquid PH understands, number one, as a team, how the other members of your team will want to play. Who will position where, who will decide to go forward, the
And kung
strengths
sino
of each
yung
abilities,
itatarget.
and who is going to get targeted, who they're going to target. The more we talk about this, parang sinasabi natin na, ay, imposible dito na makakomeback TNC. Hindi naman eh. It's just that we have to acknowledge the fact that TLPH just showed at the moment that you mentioned, there were times where they just said, uy, TLPH tayo, we're TLPH. Why don't we just fight this?
I think that's exactly what I saw the one time na si Escalera nandun sa ilalim ng Torre and then everybody else was just juggling for damage na no one was taking, no one was, dying as of that moment. They were just having the right amount of execution and that's what the chemistry na binabanggit ni Renmar kanina has been transitioning to the gameplay and we've seen JP na sige, kahit mawala ako dito, basta may alay akong isa sa inyo, that works for all of us, right? It's for the greater good of this team.
Oo. Pati nga rin, no, yung first turtle, yung fact lang na napanghawakan yun ng TNC Pro Team was more testament enough na kaya nilang pumalag. Kaya lang, again, dito bumabalik yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, na kapag alam ng koponan mo kung sino yung kailangang i-target, naka-double kill si Sanford, third turtle if I remember correctly. Because of that, nagkaroon ng space si Carl Tizzy, nagkaroon ng space si Benny Cutie to reposition himself. And by the 5th minute mark, that's after the second turtle, makikita natin na si Carl Tizzy na yung nakasplit. 4 na miyembro ng TLPH magkakasama, ginigiba yung dalawang lanes, tapos yung natitirang isang lane, kay Carl Tizzy na yun.
Well, they're gonna have to figure out another way to get a victory because kung sakali na makuha nila yon, they will stay undefeated in terms of matches. But you can also stay undefeated as you give us your freshest look dito mismo sa MPL Arena dahil naghahanap tayo ng Index Salon Beauties. Would like to give them a major shout out for our look today. Kung sisilipin mo yan, alright, I'm gonna push it right over there again and then you'll see Auntie Anara. And then in just a snap, makikita nyo na kagad ang freshest faces natin in the audience. Hala, si Auntie Anara talagang sinulit yung time.
Sulit na sulit ang
Diba?
airtime.
I mean, fresh cut. Okay, I see it. Riz Master, Aura, plus 10,000.
Yan,
Okay,
aura nyo kami.
Sige,
Ay, nasprayan pa tayo.
Yan ang aura. Yan ang aura
Yung aura,
talaga.
pinakita yung flex sa
Literal.
check.
Okay, I see everything. Alright, you love to see it. And of course, I love the fresh cut. Fresh cut mula sa ating mga ayan, shoutout din sa ating mga student leaders mula sa TUP. Pero ang hinahanap natin ay yung fresh face. Adam, eto na ba yun? Ikaw na daw yata to. Ikaw ang freshest face natin sa audience for today. Thank you so much for supporting MPL Philippines and nagpapasalamat din ang TNC for your support. You'd love to see the audience as fresh as they are and I'm sure that they are enjoying what is happening. Pero para sa dalawang kupunan, I feel like Team Liquid has more of that enjoyment factor. But knowing them, job's not finished. They'd want to get the series done.
They look fresher. Although, I do want to say TNC Pro Team, I like that we mentioned in the beginning how the time when TNC Pro Team reached third in MPL Philippines back in Season 9, they were textbook. Their early game, the first, leading up to the first turtle, right? Everything was textbook. Second turtle, it was still there, but the TLPH played better. As it went on, we were reminded that this meta now is a whole different textbook.
True.
That it's not just step A, step B, step B. Step C, step A, step B, step C.
Okay.
Leading to step C, you can go off to the side and do other things and make it not so obvious what you're gonna do.
Now, I'm so glad that you've mentioned more about Season 9 and Season 10 because if we remember correctly, napag-usapan din natin si SDZYZ. This is his first game back after not being in MPL Philippines. Like, how do you prepare yourself mentally for game number 2? Kasi that was a win for you guys in the early game, and should you have taken care of it, diba? Things would have been completely different. So if you're SDZYZ, what can you do at this point? How will you get the first win para sa Phoenix Army?
Reset agad. Parang yun talaga yung best thing, no? Na pagkatapos nating balikan yung nangyari noong game number 1, kailangan we see what we did great. And then yung great na yun yung kailangan nating i-capitalize on as we head on to game number 2. Yung sinasabi namin ni Renmar, no, na textbook TNC, nung first, 3 minutes ng match, yun yung kailangan nilang i-replicate all throughout while looking out for what's bound to happen next.
Yeah, that's not just advice or analysis from Antianara, the analyst. That was Antianara, the former collegiate player. You played in college, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He probably still is.
Yeah, I remember we'd play custom games with Antianara, and every time Antianara was in the team opposite mine, I would cry. No one can play against his mid lane.
Yeah, but if you're his teammate, then it's an obvious win. Right? So you kind of have mixed emotions about
Okay, back to the track.
All right,
Come on, man, we're building you up.
We're hyping you up.
Thank you, thank you.
Kailangan mo makita yun. But again, just like what we would say, one of the good things na sinabi mo nga, Antianara, is to look at what SDZYZ has done. And for the first few minutes na nakita nating laban, it's SDZYZ na medyo hindi nagalusan for like the first 10, 12 minutes. So, at some point, that's nice, right? And Ling, Ruby, posibleng makatulong yan para sa Phoenix Sun.
Same pa din yung
Yeah.
TLPH.
Except they go for the Zask now. And after TNC Pro Team locked in the Ruby and the Ling, Wolf rubbed his hands together as if like he was either excited or
Parang may
expecting
niluluto.
it. Yeah, it's like he's cooking something up. But I like seeing the Ling up against the Zask.
Oo, pero alam mo, gusto ko lang din i-bring up yung fact, no, na I would say this Ruby will probably go into the gold lane. Feeling ko lang.
Gold Ruby?
Feeling ko lang.
All right, I like the brave analysis. Let's see if that'll happen. Although that does make sense. You have the Roger that you're up against. So if ever the Ruby will get flexed into the gold lane, that's going to be difficult for either Benny Cutie or Carl TZ to decide to enter the game, to enter fights. So with the Turisla, again, TNC Pro Team are just continuing that trend of play it safe. And you know what? I'm starting to lean a little bit more towards the gold Ruby side now. Because if you're showing the Terizla, the obvious the obvious thing to think is, oh, that's an EXP lane Terizla and that's a roam Ruby.
Pero yun na nga, yung ganitong klase ng flexibility. Alam mo, Renmar, gusto ko lang din balikan, no? Maraming sigurong nagtatanong from our audience kung bakit nga ba nataguri ang textbook TNC, yung TNC nung panahon ni SDZYZ. Ang dami namang salita doon.
It rhymes.
Kasi nga, bukod sa fact na siya yung nagpauso nung emblem before, yung Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer.
Yun din yung time na kahit assassin siya, sinesemi-tank niya yung gamit.
Yeah.
So now na bumalik tayo sa assassin meta, alam natin na yung mechanics ni SDZYZ is there.
Yeah, and we got to see it in game number. I feel like one of the reasons why the first 3 minutes really just went to the side of TNC Pro Team in game 1 was that they were expecting the Julian of SD. And SD had a relatively good KDA. So now heading into the second phase, Angela! Wow. So they were thinking that they'd go Angeling and they take the high loss. Wolf's laughing and he's happy about it. Oh, they're playing the macro. I like this. I think this is the approach of TNC Pro Team up against the Zask.
Yeah.
The Zask, you want to fight in an area, so TNC Pro Team said, all right, we'll open up the map, but this is a good response. To open up the map, they pick up the Fanny.
Carl TZ using a Fanny. We haven't seen this in a while. A lot of people were saying na from the past seasons that he's been struggling na gumamit ng mga assassins. Over the previous tournaments, it has always been like this. Pero ngayon, unti-unti niyang pinapakita. And now, probably one of the hardest assassins to use in the game. Fanny's making an entry for Team Liquid.
And alam mo, interestingly enough, even in his streams, inaamin naman ni Carl TZ na nanibago siya nung bumalik siya sa paggamit ng Fanny. But now that we're back here, definitely nakapag-adjust na si Carl TZ using that Fanny. But then still, the Kufra is open for the side of TNC Pro Team.
I would want to go safe here and pick a basic attack damage. No, it is a gold Ruby. What a prediction! It's a gold lane Ruby and TNC Pro Team. Good pick up with the Cho because you get your lockdown up against that Fanny. This is a risky play by TNC Pro Team, but it could work.
And what you were mentioning right from the start, diba? They were playing it a bit on the safe side noong game number 1. Now they're going all in on the risk.
That's just crazy, bro.
All in na, okay.
That's a sudden swerve.
Yeah, you know what? We have crowd controls from the I Am Offended. Nandyan din yung Way of the Dragon. At some point, we'll find a way to catch that Fanny. But in terms of this lineup, it seems like TLPH has more of the ways in executing.
Yeah,
right?
and alam mo kung babalikan natin yung nangyari ng week 1, no? The tendency is yung Cho makakancel yung animation ng Way of the Dragon because what? We have an Edith, we have a Grok na kayang mag-wild charge agad. So yun yung kailangang i-watch out for ng TNC.
Well, we're about to find that out, whether or not TLPH will get the victory or whether or not TNC will take it. Casters, pasok.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Sa ating mga kasama dyan sa Infinix Game Tambayan at hindi na rin kami makapaghintay. Masasaksiyan lang naman kasi ulit natin ang FILIPINO Karurito at ang Ling ni SDZYZ coming into game number 2. Pero eto na naman tayo sa kung anong tumatak sa pinag-uusapan nila doon sa
Sige, sa version na to ng usap nila, ano naman ang tumatak?
Para sa akin, ay yung dami ng posibilidad na pwede mong makuha mula sa side ng TN or TLPH. Pero gusto ko kasing, di ba, hello muna.
Sige.
Ayan. Tapos gusto ko kasing samahan yon ng kaunting pagtingin din sa lineup ng TNC na parang kung global map presence kasi yung usapan, talamak sa lineup nila yun eh. No?
Oo nga, no? Parang laging ganun, no? Kung may option lang din, ay dediretso na nila pag nagkataon. Kaso parang ang hirap mag-luhig pagka may kalaban kang funny. Ganon din naman. Ay hindi, tingnan natin. Sabi din ng mga panel natin, depende kung paano kukontahin yung Zaz. Pero yung si Daddy JP ay makakatakas. At sabi ni SDCYZ, sige, wag na lang muna ngayon.
Ang tawag po doon ay the Cyclone Eye Onward Combo.
Yan!
Ni JP. Kung hindi dahil doon ay napaalanganin na siya sigurado dahil si Escalera for this game ay nagiging very aggressive muli sa kanyang paggamit ng Q. At maasahan mo naman din kasi na matagumpay na pwede niya talagang i-deny dito yung aggression from TLP. Kasi ang Q nung magmula nung na-adjust, ang ganda talaga niyang pang-early na pang-poke-poke at pang dikit-dikit lang dito sa mga players ng TLPH. Pero siguro, higit pa dun sa kung ano mang pinag-usapan natin, ang interesting din makita yung shake-up in a sense na si Sanford naman ngayon ang may hawak nung Grok.
Oo, parang nag-iba na talaga ang panahon ngayon. Yung mga heroes na akala natin nasa specific lane lang ay depende na sa team kung paano nila gagamitin.
Oo.
So sobrang dami natin magiging discovery after nung laban na to, kung paano yung magiging rotation nila now that Kozen is using Ruby, si Sanford ay gumagamit ng Grok.
Yep.
Hindi naman siya sa tipong very unusual, pero iba kasi yung tempo na assassin yung mga gamit mo. Si Kuya Escalera natagpuan na nandun. Shinichi.
Oo. Hindi muna niya ipagpapatuloy ang kanyang pinangplano. Dahil nga ay nakita siya doon sa bandang likuran. Kaya ngayon ay magre-reposition na lang muna ang mga players ng TNC, including Escalera. Pero nakahanap yata siya ng magandang pwesto doon sa bandang gitna. Meron yata silang nakuha at si Sanji pa nga.
Oo, napaka-crucial pa naman din sana na kanyang spawn pa nagkataon. And JP nandun at napapaligiran ng mga players ng TNC. Dumarating na rin si Sanford, meron pang wild charge. Escalera is down! Sa kamay dito ni JP. Pero mapapalitan din naman dito ni Hatred, nagkapabawian lang doon sa bandang yun.
Ang daming ang daming battle spells na burn doon sa nakita nating palitan dito sa right mid bush. Yung mga flickers ni Sanford at ni JP, ni Hatred at ni Heads. So, papaano mo kukuhain yung advantage dito sa turtle objective? Dahil so far naman, si Heads pa lang ang narito. Kaso nakapwesto na rin kahit papaano sina Sanji and Carl TZ. Saktong-sakto, may level 4 na lahat ng mga nakikita natin. Pero teka lang!
Ay! Medyo nabitin saglit. Pero sisipain pala is gonna be Carl TZ. Saktong-sakto! Isinubod doon sa kanyang mga kakampi. So, wala ngayon ang jungler na side ng TLPH. Napaka-perfect timing para sa TNC. Nasimula na yung turtle. Pero parang hindi yata papayagan dito ng TLPH.
Oo, nagpaparamdam pa rin sina Sanford. Dominator to set. Naku, ginamit na rin ni Sanji.
Naku po, na-reset na naman. Para i-reset na naman yung turtle natin. First turtle pa lang to ng laban natin. Bigla na dumating. Dito si Cartesi, meron pang wallet doon. Sanji's gonna be down. Ginamit na yung ward charge at si Heads ang nandun sa harapan.
Naku, pero Carl TZ, kailangan, maski yung objective ay makukuha raw niya. Very cute din ako. Maaabutan niya ba sina Heads? Ito na, tumatakbo na siya. Like and bounce!
Grabe naman talaga from top lane napunta dito doon sa maybe after ng turtle para lang makasecure ng kill against the TNC. So tuloy-tuloy lang ang aggression ngayon ng ating dalawang teams habang si Kozen ay nag-aano na pala ng plates.
Alam mo,
sa taas. Ay! Munti ka na.
Ayan na. Napapaano tayo Kung ako lang, sa totoo lang, yung dynamics nung nagiging laban natin ay nakakagulat tansyahin. Kasi maski yung mga kanina nakikita nating attempts from Escalera, na akala mo yung Way of the Dragon ay i-commit na niya.
Hindi
o
pala,
si Sanji.
no?
Hindi pala. Kasi pag lumipad si Cartesi, siya ang i-Way of the Dragon ko. You are wrong.
Oo.
Ito yung game plan.
Never let them know your next move.
Never.
Yan pala yung, ayan, akala natin nag-shunpo lang. Dumiretso pa ng Way of the Dragon. Kaya si JP na dun sa harap, pero makakapag-shunpo out. Pero hindi na yata dahil nakaabot na yung mga cable dito ni Carl TZ. -1 ngayon ang TNC.
Naku, nanggigil yata doon si Carl eh. Feeling ko, kanina dinadaan mo sa gulat eh.
Oo, sumipa ka na pala.
Dinadaan mo kasi kami sa sorpresa eh. Saktong-sakto doon, no? Wall spam, sabay cutthroat para makalipat doon sa kabila. So, wala na naging takas whatsoever. Etong si Escalera. And how will TNC manage the next few minutes? Kasi tingnan mo naman yung engage from Sanford!
Makukuha pa nga ang kill dito against Hatred. Ito na yung play na gustong gawin ng TLPH. Bigla ang pagpasok doon sa mga pwedeng kuhanin laban sa TNC. And even yung mga, alam mo yung mga paglatag ng spawn, very on point para dito sa TLPH.
Ito na yung Sanji na nakuha nyo man yung ilang mga pick-off sa kanya nung first few minutes of the game, tumatapang na ulit siya. Kasi hindi na siya nalalayo doon sa mga taga-front. Hindi na siya dumalayo dito. We're seeing the Sansan duo in action na ngayon ay sobrang nagkakasundo lang sa kung anumang rotations ang gugustuhin nilang gawin. And for this next objective, nakaporma na rin agad ang Team Liquid para man lang siguraduhin na hindi din sila madadaan sa kung anumang gulat na gustong i-plano o gawin, i-execute ng TNC. Pero it seems to be na even for TNC, hindi naman kasi yun yung gagawin nila agad-agad. So meron silang na-manage kahit papano dun sa top lane pero diversion.
Okay, si Kozen lang yung nag-appear na Pokemon noong moment na yun. Panagkataon, nakasama si Hatred noong moment na yun. Parang delikado yata para sa side ng TNC at napakaganda penalty zone dun sa may bandang gitna. Sasagurin din ni Sanford doon na wild charge. Pero yung nga kamuntika na. Doon si JP, si Heads medyo aaray lang din. Walang casualty. Kahit napakadami ng mga ginamit na skills dito ng ating dalawang teams.
Oo, kaliwat ka na namang ultimates yun na na-expend for both Team Liquid and TNC. Pero ni isa, wala tayo nakitang kawalan. Partida na lang, kamuntikan ang kill onto Escalera. Kaso nga lang, marireset lang yata ito ulit, Ate Chantel. Kasi hindi naman ito kinocommit eh.
Oo, grabe. Napakasakit sa bato ko. Ikaw yung turtle ngayon. Kanina pa ako nandito, pero parang kanina pa nare-reset ng dalawang teams natin. Unang turtle pa lang nung laban natin kanina. Ganto na yung parang pinapakita ng ating dalawang teams. And sino bang lamang, okay, kaka-clear na minion wave ni Kozen doon sa top. Medyo nagkaroon na ng gap.
Oo, nakakuha siya ng mga 4 or 3 to 400 na lamangan onto Benny Cutie dito. Pero at the same time kasi for Benny Cutie, di ba, ang gugustuhin niyan ay dahil nga pinarioritize din naman niya yung Sky Piercer, ay maagang makarespawn, makakuha talaga ng mga pick-offs para dito sa TNC na so far ay pinaninindigan lang din naman ng TLPH. Pero how are we about to witness this next turtle objective? Sino mauna mag-engage? Ayun na nga si Heads muna!
At nakita nga natin, si Heads pala yung target nila. Hayaan lang daw na gamitin yung penalty zone. Tapos diretso pa ng wild charge doon. Double kill na para kay Cortez. At medyo malalagpas lang. No moment na yun para makakatakas pa rin. Benny Cutie with a kill. Ginamit na yung Tempest of Blades. Hindi na yata dito pahihingahin pa ng side ng TLPH. Pipigil na pang makawi.
At eto na ang nagwawalang Benny Cutie na sumasama sa kanyang mga kakampi. Kozen mag-isa na lang natitira. May makukuha pang kill to Sanji pero siya ang magiging ika-triple kill ni Benny Cutie. At nakakuha ng kalamangan doon ng Team Liquid.
Oo, biglang lumobo dito yung gold kanina, 1.7k na ang kalamangan niya na sa TLPH. At grabe naman talaga ang mga Bluetooth connected dito ni Kuya Carty. Napasilip lang. Silipin mo nga kung kumukuha ng purpose. Sabi niya, sige, ako na lang. Pero ganun din yung sabihin na nating mastery ng kanyang pagkakagamit dito sa kanyang Fanny. So abangan natin kung ano mangyayari dito sa ating probably mahaba-habang Lord Team Fight.
I feel na evident ngayon yung naging pag-ensayo ni Carl TZ. Magmula nung sabi nga niya ay naging siguro hindi siya ganun kampante nung previous din niya unang binalik ang Fanny at ipinamalas sa atin nung mga nakaraang buwan, di ba? Pero this time kasi hindi na basta-basta star point cable ang nakikita natin mula kay Carl TZ. Kumbaga mas may mga form na rin dito and mas may nakikita na tayo na synergy together with yung kanyang mga kasama. And dito pumapasok pala yung kinagandahan nung endless possibilities na manggagaling sa Team Liquid gaya ng nabanggit ng ating mga kasama sa Infinix Team Tambayan. can be either JP going for the engage or Sanford. Either way, maganda ang magiging follow-up and mapoprovide na damage nung kanilang mga kakampi kasi ang daling mag-position ng mga spawn. Ang daling umikot-ikot kaya gamit ang si Benny Cutie basta't mapapabilis ang kanyang takbo. Naku!
Oo, nagkakitaan na doon sa may bandang middle lane habang si JP aalis doon. At si Escalera pa nga ipi-free hit niya. Ginamit na din yung penalty zone pero si Escalera makapatay pa rin. Si Heads mag-flicker out na rin. At ginamit pa nga yung flicker ni JP para makapatay pa ng isa. Si Benny Cutie habang nangyayari yun middle lane galing sa top lane kanina si Cartesi nakaabot na rin. Pwedeng kumatok dito sa may middle lane. Pwede din na simulan yung Lord for TLPH.
Nakakaba rin dito si Benny Cutie ha.
Ayan na naku, may nag-TP.
Diversion, dalawa yan!
Shutdown! Para dito kay Kozen at kay Hatred. At dadating pa nga ilan sa mga players dito ng TNC pero monster kill na. Benny Cutie with a kill. At nagagalit na nga dito yung bagyo. Si Hatred hinahanap pa rin ng mga players dito ng TLPH.
Ay, ang sakit! Ang sakit! Isang malaking bato winasiwas. At tumumba si Hatred ng ganun-ganun lang. Kontrolado na muli ng Team Liquid Philippines ang ating Lord Pit at may reserva pa palang wild charge sa may kalmot!
Grabe na talaga dito ang pinapakita pero hindi pa rin naman babawi dito ang side ng TNC dahil STZYZ ay makukuha na rin. So tuloy-tuloy ang team fight na ginagawa dito ay engagement na ginagawa ng TLPH at dumating na tayo sa point na parang wala na talaga makakapag-contest para sa TNC. So malinis na pagkuha para sa Team Liquid PH ng Lord.
Kahit pa napakataas nung playmaking possibilities or capabilities din ng TNC na hindi sobrang reliant doon sa setups. Oo, pero meron pa kasi silang isa pang pwedeng kuhaan yung mga sorpresa which is yung global presence nga nila, yung diversion dito as well as yung pwedeng gawing control ni STZYZ all over the map gamit yung Ling na patalon-talon lang naman ng lanes, control lang mayat-maya ng kung ano mga gusto nilang balansehin. Pero yung mga sagot ng Team Liquid, yung kanilang pagsasama-sama dito, yung kanilang pagiging maagap na romesko sa mga kakampi nilang nararamdaman nilang naiipit, hindi mapantayan so far nung sorpresa ng TNC.
Parang konting taas lang ng balahibo. Parang nagre-react na rin dito yung Team Liquid PH. Siguro for TNC, pwede na lang gawin yung naging play nila kanina kung saan napatay nila si Cartesi before the Lord. So, tinan natin kung ano mangyayari. Pumasok na naman dun sa may gitna para magkakaroon ng global presence. Pero nga si Hatred buhay pa rin. Habang nangyayari yung si JB, mapatay na rin. At sa may ilalim ng tore, ilalim ng tore, biglang nakuntog. Dito yung bato. Napakakunat ng bato. At hinahawan yung bato at hinayaan na lang yung bato.
Akala natin isa lang yung mag-wave, mag-clean up, yung uubos, yung kalmot. Pero meron pa, yung bato ni Sanford.
Grabe.
Grabe yung damage, hindi nga winasiwas yung bato dun wild charge. Tapos nakita mo kung gaano kataas yung damage output. At kung ikaw ang TNC Pro Team ngayon ay kinakailangan mo na talagang magdoble ingat kasi hindi na natatakot ang Team Liquid na maghanap ng mga engages ngayon. Kahit naging kapalit kanina si JP, nakakuha pa rin sila ng kalamangan.
Parang goods pa rin para sa kanila. No? Imagine, Sanford is at 409. If ever na mamatay na dito si JP before a team fight, parang automatic na agad meron silang pang-sagot dito against TNC. But again, yung crowd control prowess ng TNC, parang yun yung pinaka-pinanghahawakan nila. So mapapadaan lang si Escalera.
Ako kahit ako.
Ay! Napakatag wild charge. Heads is gonna be down. Doon sa may panalikod, ginamit yung Tempest of Blades. Nakuha ng damager ngayon sa side ng TNC. At naiwan pa nga si Escalera doon. Si Hatred nakita na rin. Sanji with a kill.
Nagkakahiwala yung laban natin pero Kozen, kakayanin ba niya ito? Dalawa pa ang kanyang kinahaharap. At doon naman sa kabila, balik tayo! Kasi si Benny Cutie, legendary na!
Dahil dyan, 4 na players sa TNC ang patay. Pwedeng pumasok dito at diretsuhin ng TLPH dun sa may bandang gitna. O pwede rin naman naantayin nila pagkasira nito dumiretso dun sa may Lord. Yan ang pinakatanong natin dito sa ating laban.
Kasi si Head mabubuhay na, madedepensahan pa ito ni Kozen!
Madedepensahan yata. Pamamatay si Javit, mabubuhay na rin dito si TNC. At kita natin ngayon, double kill pa nga para sa kanya. At ginamit na yung penalty zone. So 2 players down. Ngayon ang TLPH at 3 players na ang buhay para sa side ng TNC.
Kailangan pa ring respetuhin si Kozen. on this Ruby. Ang taas nung kanyang sustain at talagang naligtas niya etong labang ito para sa kanyang mga kasamahan. Pero Sanford, mahanap siya rito ni Escalera. Makakaabot ba ang kung anumang setup na kanyang gagawin? Mukhang umabot ang Way of the Dragon.
May kita natin kung secure kill. It's gonna be a shutdown para rin kay SCCYC. Pero itutuloy Escalera, napatay pa rin. Ginawit na yung Tempest of Blades. So parang marereset yata at hindi ipipilit at hindi itutuloy ng TNC na simulan yung Lord.
Okay, hinga muna daw tayo.
Time out!
Time out! Para sa ating game number 2. Magpi-15 minutes pa lang tayo, pero ang kill score po natin ay tumataginting na 23-11.
Grabe, 23 plus 11 ay 34.
Wow!
Habang sinasabi mo yan, nagko-compute na ako.
kaya hindi ko rin tinotal kasi hindi ko rin kaya.
At kahit gano'n, no, malaki agwat, di ba? Parang plus more than 10
Yes.
yung kills dito ng TLPH sa TNC. 3.9k lang yung kanilang gold lead. So, ano ba, parang si Kozen yata dito ay pinaka-panghahawakan nila. Meron ng si Halberd.
Yes. So, yung kaninang depensang ginawa ni Kozen, isa lang yun sa napakaraming pwedeng mangyari, napakaraming posibilidad na makakapag-turn around dito sa ating nagiging laban. Pero TLPH, it seems like they're bursting down the Lord objective!
Kanino nga ba talaga mapupunta? Pero bago yun, meron pang T5!
Ay!
RTC ang makakakuha niyan at nalundungan pa nga si SCCYC Escalera. Unti-unti nang mawawala ng buhay. Gagamitin yung cheat ko to pero triple kill na para dito sa Bagyo. At isa lang natitira para sa side ng TNC. Mukhang wala na nga yata na defense at mahihirapan pa sila dahil merong minion wave. That's it para dito sa TLPH. Unang laban, panalo agad!
Tatapusin na ng Team Liquid ang ating unang serye para sa araw na ito.
What a performance para dito sa Team Liquid PH. Calculated aggression.
Ito na naman.
TLPH 2-0 laban sa TNC.
At si Benny Cutie doon, 15-0.
Oo nga pala.
What a standing! Literal na bagyong Benny.
Oo, akala ko what a standing performance. Joke lang. Standing niya yung pinaka-stacks sa laban na yun.
Deserve. Standing ovation. Palakpakan natin. Grabe ang nagawa doon na pagtulong-tulong, pagsama-sama. At kumbaga ay pagiging patient lang din.
Oo, parang ano siya.
Liquid.
Kaya natin sinabing control aggression kasi aggressive sila pero pinipili nila yung mga laban na mananalo sila.
Oo.
Yan.
Ganoon ka-kalkulado rito ang Team Liquid. And with the changes na nakita natin from TNC Pro Team, nasaksihan natin lahat yung potensyal nung kanilang naging adjustments coming into this series. Pero kailangan muna nila ulit planuhin ang kanilang susunod na pagbawi. Palakpakan para sa TNC Pro Team matapos ang kanilang naging performance for this series. Pero sa ngayon, ang nangibabaw.
Ayan. Ang mas malakas na team ngayong araw at para sa laban na yun, walang iba kundi ang Team Liquid PH.
Kailangan natin marinig ano ba ang mga tumatakbo sa isip ng ating mga players ngayon. Ibato na muna natin ito sa ating host na si Mara Aquino.
Everybody, let's give a big round of applause to TLPH! Carl, belated happy birthday. First of all, how did you spend your birthday kahapon?
Ano lang po, nagpakain lang po ako sa bootcamp, yun lang po.
Anong kinain niyo ba sa bootcamp?
Mga, kung ano-ano po, pansit, ganun, lechon, tapos mga cake, pizza, ganun.
Sana naman may tira sa mga casters, pati sa amin. Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Thank you po.
So, yung game number 1 nyo, it lasted 20 minutes long. Ito yung pinakamatagal na laro nyo. Bakit bumagal yung pacing nyo during that time?
Siguro po medyo nagkamali po kami ng early game kasi na-invade po ako ng jungle ng early game nun eh.
Okay. Sabi mo nga nung umpisa din na kailangan mo pang i-improve ang iyong Fanny. Pagkatapos ng ipinakita mo ngayong araw na to, what do you think about your performance? And do you think na sakto na siya para kay King Kong for your next fight?
Feeling ko po sobrang kulang pa pero bibigay ko best ko lagi.
Ayun. Nice. And ito naman para kay Sanji. Sanji, Your most used was Zask. Okay, kay Zask. How do you feel about this hero? At paano ba ni Zask na-change yung playstyle mo? Oh, Coach! Coach Benny Cutie! Ano? May binubulong. Ano yan? Sabi kasi ni Sanji, anong sasabihin ko? Okay.
Ano po ulit yung tanong?
Okay, most used hero mo kasi is Zask. So, ano bang pakiramdam mo to sa hero na to? Paano niya naiiba yung laro mo?
Gusto ko lang siya gamitin kasi nakakapag-farm yung mga kampi ko.
Ayun, okay. It's just as simple as that. Ano naman kay Sanford. Grok sa XP. Viable ba talaga to? Or ikaw lang ba ang kayang gumawa nito?
Hindi po. Kahit kinder, kaya po gamitin.
Okay. Sa lahat ng mga nag-rank dyan, ano bang payo mo para sa Grok XP?
Dapat po matuto muna sila mag-block ng waves kasi sobrang halaga po sa early game.
Okay. Now it's time to announce ang ating MVP. Can you guys guess who it is? Alam na nila.
Birthday boy
Let's take
Ben.
a look at the screen. Benny Cutie! Anong sabi mo kay Benny?
Siya po talaga yung may birthday kasi siya po yung nasa gitna ng picture.
So okay. Benny! Oh, ang ingay nila kanina, nag-cheer for you. Anong gusto mong sabihin? Maybe gusto mong mag-shoutout kay 11 also, kay Cheska, and all the fans.
Shoutout sa mga pumunta. Maraming salamat sa time nyo and effort nyo. And shoutout sa family ko kay Seska pati kay Wanwan. Nanonood sila ngayon.
Happy birthday daw! Happy birthday, Benny! And now, it's time to announce ang winner natin, ang lucky fan na magkakaroon ng 3,000 diamonds! Come on up!
Uy, si Kuya.
So, we pick a random lucky fan dito sa MPL for every game. Uy, magkakilala kayo?
Hindi po.
Okay.
Hindi, magkaibigan po kami.
Magkaibigan kayo! Bakit tinanggi mo na magkakilala kayo? Tapos si Sanford naman sabi magkaibigan kayo.
Wala po, hindi po kami yung kaibigan. Hindi po kami magkaibigan. Kilala ko lang po sa ML.
Okay.
Nanonood po lagi ng MPL.
Every day?
Apo.
Okay, anong gusto mong sabihin? Sige nga, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Tingnan mo sila dito. Okay, kailangan pumili ka ng isang paborito mo at kailangan sabihin mo kung bakit yan yung pinakamaangas para sa'yo.
Si Carl TC po.
Si Carl TZ. Punta ka, tabi ka kay Carl TZ. Bakit siya ang pinakamaangas para sa'yo?
Kasi po, sobrang galing niya mag-farm.
Sobrang galing mag-farm. Anong wish mo sa kanya? Kasi birthday niya kahapon eh.
Happy birthday sa'yo. Ingat ka pala.
Tingin ka sa kanya, tingin ka. Uy, idol mo to! Ito yung time mo. Sabihin mo yung wish mo sa kanya, wish.
Sana, galingan mo pa sa susunod mong nalaban.
Ayan, congratulations! Once again, you won 3,000 diamonds! Alright, thank you so much. You may now exit the stage. Congratulations once again to TLPH. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. TLPH still with a perfect record. That's gonna be a headache for every team that goes up against them. So we're gonna break it down for you and we're gonna go to our panel. Pasok.
The defending champions of MPL Philippines proving why they are still the strongest team. Or if not, one of the strongest teams na kailangan pa rin gawing standard ng napakaraming teams for this season. And the MVP of that match, you've seen him. He's the fake birthday boy. I should say. Kasi yun nga yung sinabi ni Sanford, siya daw ang nakapresent sa big screen.
Yes.
But his performance is indeed for the big screen. Very cutie.
Oh, I have a very strong opinion about players or anyone who decides to first build Sky Piercer. But Benny Cutie showed why he first built that Sky Piercer, 15, 0, and 3, and it just never stopped. And because of him, the Roger that TLPH had, he was always the guy that TNC just really had no direct answer to other than the Ruby, I guess. because TNC Pro Team's lineup don't have a hero like a Roger who could just stand there, chase people down, and basic attack them cleanly.
Yung deal damage na continuous, that was Benny QT's role in this game. And kahit ina-expect na natin no, na yung Fanny usually yung magki-clean up because of the Lycan pounds na meron yung isang Roger, plus the fact na for sure naka-full stacks yung Sky Piercer na meron siya. It has been easier for Benny QT na mag-dish out ng damage continuously and yung mag-clean up for the rest of TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, and one thing I love about the TLPH draft is that if you look at all the other heroes besides the Edith, they are all heroes who can do things on their own.
Yes.
They can do something on their own, commit a play on their own, even up against two, and you should be okay. You can get something out of it or even buy time. Because of that, TNC Pro Team, their approach to this was very, what we call front to back. Kung meron ka makita ng isa, then laban. Then tuloy. While TLPH, it's okay, tumingin ka dito, pero ingat, yung gilid mo, merong naghahabol sa'yo. There's so many angles TLPH approached from.
Yeah, and speaking of angles, another na nakita natin that was very stellar from the side of the cavalry is their use of Grok. Something that we don't usually see in the EXP lane. Mind asking, kung ano bang nagpaganda sa Grok dito sa lineup to for them?
Maganda yung naging thought ng paggamit ni Sanford ng Grok, kaya nga nabanggit niya na kahit kindergarten, kayang gamitin yung hero na to.
Parang di naman.
Pero hindi nga parang hirap nga Kasi yung isa sa mga naging primary roles ng Grok, whenever the Lord appears, ibablock niya yung minion wave na paglalabasan ng Lord. Ibig sabihin na de-delay yun and may tendency na kumapal yung minion wave. So kapag nag-Lord Siege na sila, mas makapal yung wave na sasagasa doon sa pupuntahan ng Lord na yon. And kapag nangyari yon, it's easier for them to take control of the map and at the same time, makakuha ng mga necessary pushes na kailangan nilang gawin.
Please, y'all, it's 2024. Quick reminder, if you ever see a Grok in the EXP lane building damage items, that's normal.
Yep. Yes.
Remember the thing about Grok, for every point of physical attack he has, he gets defense. So it's fine. So for the people in RJ who hate on that Grok EXP lane with damage items, I don't understand. It makes sense. Sanford did it well.
In Filipino, bahala kayo sa buhay.
Oh, exactly.
But yes, ito ang game na nagpatunay that Grok EXP lane does work, and in just a bit, di ba, maipapaliwanag pa sa atin yan lalo ng isa sa mga head coaches ng Team Liquid Philippines, and we will be seeing that in just a bit. And in terms of the lineup, in terms of execution, I know that we've said our piece, but at the same time, just take a look at the kill score, right? It's so rare for us to see yung ganyang kataas na kill score. What do you think led to that? Is it more on the team fight-centric, lahat ng mga laban na nakita natin, or just on the pick-off side?
Yeah, and again, bouncing off of what Renmar mentioned kanina, no, yung mere fact na Benny was confident enough to pick up Sky Piercer as his first item was testament na kaya niyang panghawakan and i-ensure na makakapitalize na yung items na yon. And kung babalikan natin, no, Sky Piercer, tumataas yung kill mechanic niya every single time na nagkakasta ka. So plus 10 lagi. And Lycan Pounds, yung mere fact na may Lycan Pounds na nare-reset after every kill, yun yung ginamit ni Benny QT as we head on to this match. And gusto ko lang din balikan yung sinabi kanina ni Sanji in the interview na isa sa mga reasons kung bakit gusto niyang gamitin yung Zaz ay stand-alone hero yung Zaz.
Yeah.
Yung ultimate ng isang Zaz, nagkakaroon agad siya ng ability to protect himself from ganks coming from the assassin jungler nung kanilang kalaban.
And that's what we were talking about. The lineup of TLPH, four heroes have someone who can just really do their own thing. While for TNC Pro Team, they have to layer things well, and that's one of the things that we missed out on. The layering.
Yes.
Heads and Escalera, from time to time, even like the play of Hatred. There needs to be a little bit of a better meshing there. They could time things a little bit better, because add the Ruby into the mix there, add the knockup that you can get from a Ling. The crowd control from TNC should have been enough to really give TLPH a lot of difficulty, that even though they couldn't directly catch Benny QT would have thought twice about going in.
Kasi kulang.
Kasi kulang yung damage. But then TLPH really just, I feel like they did the right call for it. They were aggressive, but at the same time, they respected what TNC could have done to them. That's why TLPH took the win.
Yes, this is the reason why we would always say that 30% is on the draft, but 70% is on the execution. And it really matters the most pagdating sa mga ganitong klase ng laban, and you would really expect for them to be able to pull off those plays, knowing that they have a decent amount of crowd control and resources para makita natin yung matchup that would favor the Phoenix Army. But so far, we are here right now. Kasama ang nagbabalik na now coach na si Coach Saire. Coach, welcome from Team Liquid Philippines. And of course, Mara Aquino. It's a pleasure to have you here at the panel again.
Sobrang comfy dito.
Oh my.
Masarap
I'm telling
magbalik.
you.
Masarap ba magbalik kasi sa lahat ng hindi nakakaalam. Okay, konting kwento kasi you were a player before sa MPL.
Yes, Season 4 and Season 5 from Execration. Kasama ko dun sila Chaknu, Eto Max,
Ayun.
and si Hate, si Benny Cute din. Kaya,
So kanina, okay, napansin namin, ini-expect kasi natin kanina na si Coach TikTok yung mag-fist bump. Tapos biglang new face.
Out of nowhere.
Okay, bakit ikaw yung nag-fist bump kanina?
expect ko si Eto Max yung
Ayun. Kaya ikaw ba yung nagsabi na, pwede bang ako na lang mag-fist bump? Ikaw yung nag-request.
si Madam Mitch.
Okay, pero eto, hindi ka nakapag-fist bump with Eto Max kay Wolf. Pero si Eto Max, nakikinig ngayon. Ano bang gusto mong ipalabas kay Eto Max na siya yung gusto mong i-fist bump? Anong gusto mo bang sabihin?
Wala naman. Siyempre, dati as a player kami dalawa. Ngayon naman, coach, parang masaya rin na nandito kami sa stage na nag-guide ng mga bagong player.
During that fist bump kung may moment ka na magbigay ng isang sentence, isang phrase kay Eto Max, ano ba dapat yung sasabihin mo doon?
Good luck. Yun na.
Good luck!
Okay. Malinis. We good. Well, I'd like to
We
build
good.
up on that as well. Kasi kayo parehas ni Eto Max, dati kayong players na naging coach. And how was that process like para sa'yo?
Sobrang...
Mahirap ba? How was it going? Moving forward?
Hindi naman. Kasi pares din kasi kaming captain. Kaya kami yung nagda-drop, rotation, macro, lahat ng mga strategies.
Oh. Sino mas magaling?
Ayan na.
Yung nanalo siguro.
Kasi nanalo.
Say that you're better without saying you're better.
Ito may tanong ako. Parang medyo lang tayo, side kwento. Kasi nung MDL Philippines Season 2, nakwento sa amin na apparently board top-notcher ka raw.
Fourth place.
Fourth place. 2014 Electrical Engineering.
Oh, wow. So bakit pinili mo instead of having a profession in electrical engineering, nandito ka sa amin sa MPL?
Passion ko talaga yung maglaro eh. Simula bata pa lang ako eh. Kaya yung nagka-chance ako naka-stable naman na, pinursue ko naman yung career sa esports.
And we're so happy that you're back.
True.
Masaya kami na after you've pursued what you want, nakuha mo yung EE, now you're practically doing very well dito sa Team Liquid.
With a great team. Okay, which team ang susunod? Ngayon nasa MPL ka na, Season 14, ang daming magagaling na koponan. Which team ang someone that you're looking forward to na durugin?
Siguro yung Bren.
Bren! Oh, meron ka bang gustong sabihin kay Bren? Bren!
Wala na.
Okay.
Wala.
Sa pagtutuos na nila.
Walang humble.
Bren dahil yung rivalry. Oo nga laging Bren.
Second place.
Laging Bren and TLPH.
Sa Grand Finals, laging Bren TLPH.
Inikot yun na yung buong mundo, ginawa niyong Grand Finals.
Oo nga. I mean, at this point, diba, hindi na tayo magugulat because of how well... I'm assuming na na-brief na rin si Coach Saira with the history na meron yung Falcons AP Bren and Team Liquid Philippines. Pero kayo rin. We're also gonna be briefing you guys kasi kung meron kayong regalo na gusto nyong ibigay sa mga favorite teams nyo, just like Team Liquid Philippines here and all the rest of the MPL teams, tara na dito sa MPL Arena at ilagay sa Community Hub Dropbox ang inyong mga regalo. Pwede pa namin kayong imbitahan dito sa Infinix Game Tambayan, just like Coach Saire, para maabot personally ang inyong mga regalo. And aside from that, okay, Mara, can you do a Franco hook? How do you do a skill 1 of a Franco? Yeah, how do you do it?
I love to smell a good powder in the morning.
Matic Franco Mains, obviously, it is your time to shine dahil available na ang bagong MPL exclusive skin na Quantum Vanguard ni Franco sa shop. So hook enemies ala MPL players ala Mara Aquino and get it right now. And syempre, shout out din to our official streamers from hulaan nyo kung saan.
Saan?
Sa Southeast Asia. Meron pa.
Saan pa?
Sa MENA. Meron pa.
Saan?
Sa Southeast Asia.
Ang dami.
Yun lang ba? Yun lang ba?
Oh, saan pa?
Hindi pa. At sa North America din. Kasi kung gusto nyo maging part of the weekly MPLPH action, scan the QR code below. Ayun, ayun. Yan. Yung tinuturo ni Auntie. Yung tinuturo naming lahat. Diyan yung iscan nyo and be an official streamer. Alright? Kasi syempre, we'd love for you guys, we'd love to have insights and gusto namin na makita yung mga reactions nyo sa lahat ng mga intense na mga laban na makikita natin
Malay
moving
mo,
forward.
ma-discover tayo doon.
Di ba?
Meron ako gusto isingit na joke na mabilis lang.
Ano?
Ano yun?
Coach, dahil ikaw nag-electrical engineering ka, di ba? At nasa Liquid ka na. Ikaw ang bagong iidolo ng Team Liquid.
Ayos ah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
We
you.
leave it at that.
Thank you.
Magbabalik
Dito pa ako sila.
ang MPL Philippines Season 14. Kita-kits sa next match.
Lakas ng Pinas!
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin. Tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML, ng MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss Didel, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime eh. Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na sa. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro ano na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Monton eh. Siguro sa akin ano na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bali yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami na sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, reunite with winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switching a lane na parang gera HP racing, may reseta Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda Full load SS, parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi ko aatras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi ko aatras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender nor retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender nor retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast Taas sa watawat proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi ko aatras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para namin ang alas, hindi to aatras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas! Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 14 para sa unang araw ng week number 2. My name is Hans Galeria and together with me is Renmar Santa Cruz and Ate Anara. At kasama niyo pa rin kami dito lamang sa Infinix Game Tambayan kung saan masasaksihan natin in just a few minutes ang pangalawang matchup, the final match of the day between Blacklist International and Smart Omega. Another interesting, series that we're gonna have to prepare ourselves kasi magiging intense na naman to for sure.
Yeah, the rivalry of Blacklist International and Smart Omega is historic,
Way
to say
back.
the least. Way back, even though a lot of the main characters of this rivalry have changed for this season. There are some interesting stories and connections between the players that we have now. This generation of the Omega Blacklist rivalry that'll make things still spicy.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd have to focus on the history. Auntie, I'm gonna give you a crash course, okay, on what happened. Kasi last season, Omega's chances, it's all started with last season. Okay?
Ano nangyari?
Omega's chances of qualifying for the playoffs started and ended with Blacklist International. Nagsimula to when Shaq Nu transferred from the MDL to MPL para isweep ang Blacklist International in the 6th week of the
Naalala
regular
ko nga
season.
yan.
Diba? Pero, nagtapos din yon nung na-secure ng Black yung series nila against Echo na. Ang tawag sa kanila dati, Echo pa. Kasi all they needed was just one win. Diba? Kung na-sweep man ang Blacklist International noon, it would have been Omega. So it would be one or the other. Ever since then, Omega has maintained its roster and it's doing wonders dahil sa kanilang opening week nakakuha sila ng 2 match wins and they way have won in terms of their last meeting, pero ito yata yung momentum na pinanghahawakan nila ngayon in terms of what they have as a team.
Oo. Kaya nga, kailangan nating makita na magpatuloy yung pagragasa ng bagong barangay. Especially now, because of the narrative that happened last season. Hindi lang yun yung first time na dininay ng Blacklist International yung Omega. Kasi nung M3 nung Season 8 sa MPL, sila din yung kumbaga nagtanggal doon sa opportunity ng Smart Omega na makakuha.
That's the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I also remember Blacklist, sila yung nag-eliminate sa Omega nung play-ins para sa playoffs noon back in Season 11. So, ang tagal. So, no joke talaga when we say that this rivalry is historic.
Yeah.
So many things has happened between these two.
I mean, at some point, di ba? Nag-umpisa to sa kay Oheb. kay Kelra. Doon nag-umpisa lahat ng mga ganap. And then all of a sudden, there's been some rivalries. We've seen Chaknu not part of Omega during the first matchup nila kontra sa Blacklist. And then all of a sudden, he's back. Tapos ngayon, panibago na naman ulit, a new code for Blacklist International ang ating makikita. Pero yun din yata yung kailangan nilang gawin. We are still looking for Blacklist International sa kung ano ba yung gagawin nila. What exactly would you do if you're Blacklist International?
WWYD.
WWYD. What would you do? Or pwedeng WWBD, di ba? What would Blacklist do? Because as of this moment, we haven't really seen a lot of those victories na kinakailangan nila and they need to at least propel themselves. Kailangan paganahin na kagad nila yung engine nila para magtuloy-tuloy for the next.
And I think for the Blacklist agents there, I've seen a lot of the pulses of the community, what they've been mentioning online, and I have to agree with them. For me, Blacklist International, because of the roster that they put together, a bigger coaching staff with a lot of new faces for the organization. They have a full 10-man roster, if I'm not mistaken, 9-man. So really, it's expected that Blacklist International will take time to figure things out. Kailangan talaga nila ng oras kasi ang dami nilang mga iba't ibang pyesa na kailangan mo talaga hanapin yung tamang timpla. And spoiler alert, nakita naman natin dun sa waiting screen natin. Meron tayo mga iba, but we will go on to that later on. So Blacklist will really take time.
Kung kakaantabay lang nila, kung kakasubaybay lang nila, back lang kayo ng konti. Back lang kayo ng konti, masusubaybayan yan. But as we spoke, or as we mentioned kanina, you're right. At least nakakuha sila ng panalo from last week. They got one game, and that's probably something that they could build on na nakuha nila dito sa Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Pero parang may something eh. Parang may pwedeng lumabas dito sa lineup na hinihintay ng sobrang daming tao. One of those are the options of Tilar and Oheb possibly playing.
Na lagi nating nakikita, where are they? Because nabanggit na nga natin, 10-man lineup yung koponan ng Blacklist International. So, while that gives them opportunity to mix and match their players, at the same time, mahirap din kasing buuin, again, yung chemistry from those 10 players. Who do we field in today? Sinong lalaban ngayon?
Yeah, and I think it's important that Blacklist International, now for week 2, they're juggling around different roles. Again, not confirming anything. But come on, nakita nyo naman yung loading screen.
Okay.
Hindi na ganun kasyado spoiler. So we're just gonna tease it a little bit. When you have so many players in that team, you have to flex it as early as week 2.
Yep.
How many times before in the history of MPLPH we've seen big teams not field new lineups until week 3 or week 4, and then suddenly middle of the season, you're wondering how come it took that long.
Yeah.
So it's good that as early as week 2, they're already considering rotating some pieces around. And that's important, especially when you have a historic rivalry up against Omega, because that's one of the mindset things for teams. It's that, okay, if we're going to try something new, we'll do it against our rivals. Because that gives them that extra buff. And that's not us just saying things. Players have been vocal about that before in the past. How would you feel if you went up against DLSU? You'd be inspired, right? As someone from Ateneo.
True. And alam mo yung ganong kind ng
He's from Lasal.
rotation. Exactly.
Yeah,
Kaya nga wala akong comment eh. Tapos ikaw USD. So iba-iba tayo.
That's exactly why I'm here.
Okay, we wear different colors. But hey, you're wearing my school's color.
Oo nga eh.
Continue.
Sorry, eto na nga. Yung ganong klase, especially now, more than ever, urgent na week 2 pa lang makapag-recalibrate na yung team. Why? Kasi nagbago yung point system natin. Hindi na tayo kagaya before.
Good point.
Na as long as makakuha ka ng game, you get a point. Now, as long as you get a series win, that's the only time that you get a point. So medyo mas mahirap makarank up ng points now.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest X factors here is that if ever we will see Exort playing for the side of Blacklist International.
If
ever. He's going up against his former team. That is an Omega roster that he's very familiar with. He wasn't there when this roster finally took into shape. Actually, he was one of the players that was sent to MPL. So that they could bring up Andoryu around week 5 heading into week 6. So the experience of Exort coming from Omega should play a factor here for Blacklist International.
Yeah, and not only for Exhort, right? Because all or most of the players, I believe except for Mark TZ, has had experience playing in the MPL that we've
Yes.
seen for the longest time na itong mga pangalan na ito, kung baga napupunta sa iba't ibang teams, they've showcased what they can do, and posible na makita mo sila dyan, di ba? Yung mga manlalaro, minsan lumalabas yung ulo nila dyan sa side na yan.
Malay nyo. Nakita
So,
nyo sila dito,
so
eh.
just in case na hindi nyo nakita yung waiting screen, it is a possibility na yung mga nabanggit nilang players are the ones that are gonna be playing today. But on the other side, Smart Omega not really having a lot of changes since last season. What do you think is the reason why they are performing like this? Ano ba yung sikreto? Or hindi man sikreto, what are your observations regarding this team and how they're getting the win?
Pinag-usapan natin to last week when Mara was here. And I think one of the key factors talaga ay yung fact na Andoryu regained his confidence na we weren't able to see last week. And then the fact na even Chaknu, now wearing the hat of being a captain, mas bukod sa fact na mas magaling sumagot si Chakno ngayon sa interview, mas grabe yung pagka-well-rounded ng paglalaro ni Chakno na not only does it help the team, it also adds more chaos to the already chaotic play style of Barangay.
Yeah, and to pair up with how well Chakno has been doing, I want to acknowledge this headline. It's Atoy Army against the Dil Army.
You have to give it. You have to give it.
If ever, not confirming anything until
Wala
the
pa, wala
lineup.
pa.
But I'm a Ryota fan for this season. The two games that we saw him play in, it just seems that he really understands his role for Omega in the team fights. Whether he's going to be peeling for the backline, whether he's going to be the one initiating,
Soaking
followed up by
damage.
Chakno. Ryota's just been so good. The EXP lane for Smart Omega.
You know, it's funny kasi they both came from Onyx Philippines and then Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And then all of a sudden, they're here. So, kumbaga parang ito, makikita natin yung scrim nila or hindi ba sila naglalaban pag scrim? Well, we're about to find out because it's gonna be Blacklist International versus Smart Omega in this final series.
MPL Arena for the last series of the day. Please welcome our marshals on the stage right now. It's Ems, Wilbert, Pat, and JJ. And now, sumusugod sila papunta sa mga panalo na nakuha nila. Let's just go ahead and welcome in the back of their savage momentum, it's Smart Omega! And across them are their rivals, walking down the stage, returning faces, looking to add another chapter to this storied rivalry. Welcome back to the Philippines, Delar. It's Blacklist International! And the master tacticians for both sides for Smart Omega, it's Coach Lembot. And for Blacklist International, it's Coach Bon Chan.
It's time for the face-off. Dilar, Ryota, step forward. Once teammates, once a sub, now part of the main five. The tides have changed for these two players. Ryota, ano ang palag mo kay Dilar?
Eto.
Dilar, ano ang palag mo kay Ryota?
Basta tandaan mo lang, bago nagka-Atoy Army, may general muna.
Palag kung palag! Fist bump! A story of domination and redemption. Who will reveal the hero within? It's time to find out. Casters, pasok!
At doon natin nakita ang muling pagbabalik ni Dilar. Excited na nga siyang pumunta doon sa table Excited na siyang maglaro. Bakit nyo pa ba ako papupuntahin sa gitna ng stage? But yes, before that, it's Smart Omega that hasn't really changed their lineup and is now building on their momentum.
In English, Dilar said before there was the Atoy Army, there was the General first. This is the first general, the general of MPL Philippines going up against the new general, his former teammate in Ryota. But besides the EXP lane, Big J has been tearing it up this season. 2 MVP performances, and Ukir has been a sleeper hit for Smart Omega.
But for Blacklist International, they're going to be fielding in 2 new players para sa week 2. It's Dilar and Exort na highlight.
Oo, tapos may pagbabago pa because Haji is now back in the roaming position. Will this shake things up for Blacklist International? Kasi nakita na natin yung KDA machine wearing different hats. How will he be able to adjust as early as week 2? Yan ang tanong ng bayan.
It's crazy kasi we've seen Haji play 3 different roles all throughout.
Hey!
But speaking of which, gaya ng binanggit niya kanina, the General returns. At ang pinakahuling beses na nakita natin itong si Dilar in a Moon Transaction Tournament was in MSC 2023. Nung EVOS Legends ay humarap sa Onyx in the quarterfinals. Sinab nga siya nung Game 2, di ba?
Yes.
Na parang medyo alanganin na yung kanilang sitwasyon. But even so, he's managed to secure a win and give some hope for the EVOS fans.
Yeah, he got to play 2 games, and if you weren't there or you weren't following MSC 2023, he played the Joy and the Uranus. When after that series, after that first game where he played the Joy, everyone in the world said, EVOS, why did you sub Dilar? Why did it take you so long to play him?
Now, for Blacklist, they're not taking their time. Ilalagay na kagad nila itong si Dilar because they want to show the Atoy Army that the General still has it. Ganun din naman yung gustong gawin ni Ryota because you also have to show the previous General that Atoy Army is now in charge. At para sa parehas na kupunan, you have to challenge each other's team chemistry. Yung sa Omega, siguro nasagot natin during the first week, but for Blacklist International, we are yet to figure that out with this new lineup.
Oo, parang ang tanong ulit ngayon ay papaano makatutulong both Exort, Dilar, and Haji now that they are in their roles. They all have a role to play in this game. And kung paano masishake nun yung mga kaganapan as we head on to game number 1. Again, this is a battle between the new generation and the old generation. Who will prevail?
I just have to say, though, we have to acknowledge it that, for me, Ryota's coming in here the favorite. It's Dilar that's the big underdog because even though he hasn't really achieved like crazy heights, hasn't won championships, Ryota has been consistent, slowly bubbling his reputation in MPL Philippines, and even fans from other regions see Ryota as someone to really look out for. So for Dilar, it could be a rough welcome back to MPL Philippines going up against a long-time former teammate.
Kasi ang kaganapan, no, Ryota has been consistently playing, pero nakita natin si Dilar take a pause in playing MLBB professional tournament for a long time. So again, ang nagiging katanungan ay kung magiging ready ba, not just Blacklist International, but the entire squad of Smart Omega sa pagbabalik ng General.
You know, you're right about that. Kasi for a while, right, we've seen Dilar nanonood nung Season 13 playoffs. And alam nyo, hindi na ako naniniwala pag sinasabi ng mga players na nanonood lang sila. Kasi, tingnan mo, ganito rin yung ginawa ni Rene J at ngayon, or before siyang mapunta ng Blacklist, and then now he's part of Aurora, and then Dilar's doing the same thing, but for now, we're gonna be looking forward into the draft to check out kung ano ba yung posibleng i-pick up ng dalawang teams na ito. It's side of Blacklist International on the blue. Meanwhile, red naman ang kukunin ng barangay. And pretty scattered yung bans natin ngayon.
Yeah, Jushin first phase ban signals that Blacklist International baka iniisip nila yung Zask as the first pick. So tingnan natin if Omega will go towards the bans of the Moskov, the Roger, the Zask, one of those.
And now, nakikita natin na ang dami ding pocket picks bukod doon sa mga nabanggit natin ng koponan ng Smart Omega. So definitely, as we head on to the second phase of the draft, the likes of the Hanzo, even yung
Hylos.
Hylos.
Oo. Pero meron pocket picks din yung Blacklist International. They made the Bane Mathilda work.
Yes.
So that's something that Omega still also has to respect. So the Zaz gets taken out. So are you gonna get the Moskov? Are you gonna get the Roger? The usual first two picks that we see.
I mean, at this point, gusto mo na medyo flexible yung options mo, and that's exactly what Blacklist International is gonna do. Roger that can go into the jungle or gold position. Smart Omega could possibly have an answer.
I'm feeling Edith Ruby, something along those lines.
Yeah, definitely maganda yung dalawang heroes na yun. Or they could also veer towards picking a Teresa for Atoy R.
Yeah.
Priestess of Primal Lightning.
Okay.
The hunter of all the evil gods.
Yeah, I mean, at this point kasi parang iisipin mo rin na you have to keep your opponent guessing. Edith, still quite a flexible hero here. Could go into different positions. Same as the Roger. So both of these heroes or both of these coaches, parang iniisip lang nila kung ano muna yung posible nilang i-pick up. But that is a quick one. An Aurora for the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, and gusto ko lang din banggitin, kagaya ng nabanggit natin nung unang serya ng araw na ito, isa si Aurora sa mga heroes na anti-assassin because of the Frigid Glacier. So definitely, that closes off the books for the side of Blacklist International to instantly pick an assassin without knowing what's next for them.
Yeah, they can play safe, go for EXP. And, they take the high loss away from Omega and they pick up a Valentina. I'm not going to completely turn off the idea of a high loss EXP instead of a high loss roam. This might actually be going to the hands of Dilar.
I mean, usually nakikita natin dito kay Ryota is he's the one who's usually the sponge, diba? He doesn't make the flashiest of plays, pero he's the kind of player that kind of like takes all of the damage para Chakno is gonna be enabled to use those setups para magkaroon siya ng espasyo to use those setups to give a better time for his teammates. But now, a final pick of the first phase para sa Barangay is gonna be that Claude, something that we've usually seen before from Big J.
Yeah, I like this pickup by Omega because the first three picks of Blacklist International is giving team fight.
Yep.
You see those picks and you imagine a lineup that wants to roam together, fight together. So Omega will pick up a Claude so that they can open up the map and be able to split push.
Tapos yung fact na yun, na the moment na magkaroon na ng enough resources yung Claude from split pushing, from being able to open up the map, that's a go signal for him na in a way, nai-equalize pa din yung fact na pwede silang makipaglaban at the right moment.
Yeah, the thing that hurts about this Claude pick though is that Blacklist International, you know that there's a high chance they won't have a static backliner. Because all of the lineups of all of the heroes so far of Blacklist International want to dive. Meaning that when the Claude goes into Blazing Duet, it puts itself in a very dangerous situation.
Yes, kasi the moment na ma-crowd control siya, just even the Hylos, pag tinuhog siya nung spear ng Hylos, unless mag-purify siya, which I think is the go signal here din naman for this Claude, medyo mahirapan talaga in terms of pwestuhan sa pagpasok ng mga teamfight.
So both of these teams clearly have their conditions na i-met nila, especially with the high loss being picked up for the side of Blacklist International. I believe 100% pick rate siya kada araw na lumilipas, right? For the past 4 days that we've seen dito sa MPL Philippines Season 14, it's always been that high loss that is present. A Nolan, Jawhead ang tatanggalin ngayon ng Blacklist International. Meanwhile, it's Ruby and Kaja na tatanggalin naman ng Smart Omega.
Haya and Julian are still open, so that's definitely a possibility for both of our teams. But then again, we've mentioned how yung pagkakapick ng side ng Smart Omega ng Aurora already opens up the possibility na meron silang in a way pang counter out against those kinds of heroes.
You know what I'm thinking what might be okay for Blacklist International, MP the King, if ever the Roger's gonna go into the gold lane, they can pick Alpha.
Alpha, yes.
Yeah. Alpha jungle, then put the Roger into the gold lane will be good.
Right? Alpha could be looking good para sa kupunan ng Blacklist International. But this is interesting.
Yeah, kasi binanggit ni Renmar kanina kung papaanong currently yung lineup ng Blacklist International all-dive. And how better to counter an all-dive lineup than to have ng mga pating na paparating sa'yo the moment na mag-dive ka.
So now it's a question for Blacklist. Do you put the Roger Gold? Do you put it in the jungle? I feel like still pick up the Alpha or maybe even, I don't know, consider the Martis because you have the high loss to pair up with it. I'm just thinking that you need someone in a key position that can avoid getting crowd controlled by the ultimate of the Bane.
I guess they're probably thinking na posibleng kunin din kasi sana nila yung Bane. But the only problem is they're gonna fixate on an assassin, one of the strongest assassins that we have in the current game. At sasamahan din nila yan ng Grok. So posible nga na flexible pa itong Grok tsaka yung high loss in the XP in row position.
And sinasagot din ito yung question mo, Renmar, doon sa may ability to evade the crowd control coming from the Bane. So in a way, a good pick, but then again, kagaya na binanggit mo, Hans, pwede nating makitang mag-veer towards the XP lane again, ang isang Grok, just like what Sanford did in their game number 2.
Yung nakikita ko to so far, this could potentially be a very magulo game.
Yes.
Parang ang daming aksyon, daming individual fights na nangyari. Last pick, Roam or EXP? Uy, nag-glue. Huh.
I wonder how you guys feel about this. Kasi,
Lason to
Yeah, this is Ryota holding on to a glue and Chaknu ang gagamit ng Edith compared to the usual set of heroes that, we kind of see from him.
I'm thinking about if ang naging train of thought dito ng Smart Omega ay walang kayang mag-burst down agad sa glue at the start. Kasi nga naman medyo tanky talaga yung mechanics ng glue. And kaya niyang sakyan yung mga humaharap.
Yeah, sobrang lason ng glue pick na yan na baka, yun nga, as you mentioned, the early game, it might be difficult for Blacklist, for Omega to have an answer towards, for Blacklist International, to have an answer towards the glue. Parang iniisip ko, parang, at some point, the casters in Filipino will say, ang kunat! In English, they can't take him down!
I mean, Lembot and Bonchan have finally made their move. It is now time para sa mga manlalaro. Casters, pasok.
Ang kunat! Sinimulan na agad. Kailangan
to
maramdaman
Mobile
na natin yung
Legends.
emosyon at yun ang ating magiging bungad papasok dito sa ating laban. Brigida at ating Chantel para ihatid sa inyo ang ikalawang serye ng araw na ito. At alam mo, ano yun? Pakiramdam ko nung sinabi ng ating mga kasama sa Infinix Game Tambayan ang salitang mukhang magiging mag-glue ang laban na to. Yun
Ayun
na
na nga.
yun Speaking of,
Doon na nagka-glue. Dahil nakapag-flicker na nga doon Cyclone Eye Flicker para dito kay Haji. At gusto lang naman niya mang-glow kanina.
Ayun, diba?
Doon sa may orange buff ng side ng Omega. Pero medyo na-delay pa rin Ayan na, napatay na dito. At nakikita na natin, naririnig ang Atoy Army.
Nagka-glue talaga. Sa simula pa lang ang ating laban. At walan na ng tatakbuhan at that moment. Etong si Haji na again, extra emphasis on the idea na isa or siya muli ay roamer ngayon ng Blacklist International.
Oo, pero parang napaganda din pala yun para kay MP The King. Nauna siyang nag-level 4. Kaka-level 4 pa lang ni Andorio, by the way, dito sa ating laban. So parang more on buy time muna dito kay Kuya Haji.
Oo, I mean, hindi naman ito yung unang beses na nakita nating yung roamer ay napapadala sa mabigyan in the early stages of the game. Basta't nandoon pa rin naman yung pagiging kumbaga ay kalmado at tansyado pa rin nung kanyang mga kasama ay hindi imposible yung chances na mabaliktad pa rin nila ito. Also knowing na grabe nga dito yung or yung idea ng aggression na pwedeng manggaling sa Blacklist International. Basta makapag-snowball sila, literal na pangangatawanan nila yung sugod, diretso, kumbaga ay engage lang ng engage na mindset para dito sa lineup nila.
Oo, kasi meron sila ditong Grok, meron silang high-low. So parang pwedeng dumausdos, kumbaga, sa lineup ng Smart Omega. Pero ngayon, parang nakikita natin for Omega, parang hindi din sila nagpapakita sa mapa. Parang hinahanap mo nila ang perfect timing. Meron poke doon against Pilar, pero pokes lang. Ang kunat. Naniniwala na ako sa kasabihan.
Oo.
Na pag nagsimulang makunat, mas makulat mamaya.
At saka yung sinabi ng ating Infinix Game Tambayan na sasabihin talaga natin, 2 minutes pa lang, sinabi na namin siya kasi ramdam na agad. Pero sino kaya ang makakakuha ng turtle? mukhang Smart Omega lang naman. Walang ibang nakalapit from Blacklist International.
Oo, mabilis ang pagkuha doon at malinis, by the way, para dito sa Omega. So parang nag-aantay din siguro ang Blacklist International, probably because parang yung tempo din ay ayaw nilang bilisan para maging maganda yung laning dito ni Outplayed.
So far naman kasi, nasa maganda-ganda silang kinatatayuan. Kaso nga lang, kung kanina ay sabi ng Blacklist International, nakabili tayo ng oras. Sabi ng Smart Omega, kami din, magpo-focus lang kami sa kung ano man ang kinakailangan naming isakatuparan in the early stages of the game. Bago tayo umapak ng 3 minutes, ay may kaunting kalamangan si Andor in terms of XP nito sa pagpa-farm kontra kay MP The King. Kahit kanina, ang hala natin, may kalamangan na yung Blacklist International. At speaking of, grabe ang pag-iingat natin up to this point. Wala tayo nakikita kahit ano, pero baka ngayon.
Eto na, nakita na natin yung onboard Earth Shatter. At doon na nga na-shatter doon si Haji. That's gonna be the second kill para dito sa Barangay Omega. At after nun, balik na ulit doon sa kanilang mga stasyon.
Parang napakahirap gumalaw dito sa mapa nang wala kang kaide-ideya kung nasan ang Smart Omega. Kasi marami silang pampigil nga nung mga posibleng sugod o follow-up na manggagaling from Blacklist International. So nakita natin kanina, onward Earth Shatter committed onto Haji. Wala nang ibang pwedeng sumunod kasi may Deadly Catch, may Frigid Glacier na kinakailangang problemahin kapag ka nag-attempt sila na sagitin yung buhay dito ni Haji. So kailangan talaga nilang tansyahin na hindi rin madaan sa mabibigla ng Smart Omega kasi iilan pa lang yun hindi pa kasali si Ryota nung nangyari yung pick-off kay Haji kanina.
Oo nga, nakafocus muna siya sa pagbabantay din dito kay Dilar. Kaso kanina nag-game, yung match 1 kasi natin, iba yung nakita natin, pero yung nga lang, onward Earth Shatter na naman. At naibiin pa sana dun sa Frigid Glacier, pero makakatakas doon si Haji, makunat yung bato. Pero ginamit na rin dito yung shadow kill. So more on focus lang para dito kay MP The King. May one charge na gagamitin si Haji. Pero after ng lahat na nangyari, dito pa rin magkakatagpo ang barangay at ang Blacklist. Dito pa rin sa may turtle area.
Naku, medyo napalayo nila yung ibang mga miyembro. Pero ang turtle naman na ito, Blacklist International naman daw ang makakasecure. Hahabulin nila Andoryu. Pero hanggang doon na lang yata muna ang ating makikita. Dahil Blacklist International, sabi nila kailangan masiguro natin na hindi mapupunta sa wala yung mga nangyari. Yung mga naging attempts ulit ng Smart Omega kanina na hindi natin sobrang nabigay sa kanila. So up to this point, ay nagiging mataimtim lang naman ulit.
Mataimtim?
Hindi ko alam kung pattern na to ng mga day 1 kada linggo. Na kapag ka first game, second series, medyo tahimik
kalmado lang muna.
Ay.
Oo, kalmado lang muna. Tapos after na maglalagay na red carpet, si Okir, meron passive. At makakatakas mga no moment na yun. Ito ng counter set ng side ng barangay. Napakaganda magamit doon ng Frigid Glacier. Pero pa-facing doon sa may padalikod. Dumating na rin yung glue. At ayaw na nilang more gulo. Dahil MP The King lang ang kailangan nilang makuha.
Isa-isa lang. Yun ang nagiging target dito ng Smart Omega. Kahit akala natin kanina na magandang simula na yon for Blacklist International matapos yung latag ng red carpet. Sabi nga rito ni Ate Mo Chantel, balikan natin ng sama-sama doon sa ating Infinite Instant Replay kung ano nga ba ang mga naging sagot. At yun na nga muli, yung naging pangpigil na Deadly Catch, Frigid Glacier at yung re-engage muli kay Chaknu na talagang nakapaghatid kay MP The King sa mga kasama niya sa Smart Omega. At yun pa naman ang kumbaga ayaw mo talagang ibigay na kill kung ikaw ang Blacklist International.
Oo, as much as possible, kailangan na continuous lang yan. Ito na naman si Chuck na nagpapanggap na damo. And sobrang crucial pala talaga dito nung ni Andoryu, yung deadly catch niya. So deadly nga pag na-catch dito yung ultimate ng isang Bane. So for Blacklist International, siguro inaanap muna nila yung kanilang perfect na tempo at mamaya pa muna mag-assemble ang army ni Dilar.
Isipin mo sila yung may gusto ng blue pero lahat ng pampigil dun sa mga gustong simulan na setup ng Blacklist International, nasa kanila na. Kaya mas pumapabor sa kanila in the long run yung kapag nagsisimula or nag-attempt ang Blacklist International dito kasi hindi sila kakapusin ng pansagot And now, masusubok na naman on to this next starter objective pero MP The King!
Grabe! Parang ilang beses nang naulit-ulit yung ganong play nung moment na yun. At habang nangyayari yun, sinama na rin si Joma. Halika na! Gamitin mo na yung Blazing Do It mo. Si Ryota medyo napalalim doon. Patay lang din naman si Ryota pero habang nangyayari yun, Barangay Omega ay tatry kuhanin yung pagong. At makukuha na nga dito ni Andoryu habang itutuloy pa. Naiwan doon nung moment na yun si Chaknu. There's gonna be a kill against Outplayed.
Ang hirap naman bigyan ng edict ni Chakmamba. Hindi lang basta setup yung ginagawa. Kaya rin niyang magbato-bato nung mga kuryente, nung mga kidlat-kidlat, tapos mag-isa na niyang tinatrabaho lahat ng pandidistract na gusto mong gawin up against Blacklist International. Naging magkaagapay sila doon ni Ryota na maski yung mga gusto sanang sumilip, hindi na pinalagpas doon sa linya. At literal na from that moment, Smart Omega, wala na sila halos kinailangang problemahin pa dahil sinalo na ni Ryota, sinalo na ni Chakno. Lahat ng mga nag-a-attempt, lahat ng mga gustong lumapit.
Oh, parang ang nangyari dito sa Smart Omega is parang nilalagyan nila ng curfew. Yung Blacklist International na every time na kumuha ng objective, ito muna yung kailangan puntahan at babantayan yung mga areas na yun. And speaking of babantayan, 4 na players by the way dito ng Blacklist ang malapit sa area na to. Ganon din naman para sa Omega. Pero ayun naman pala. Big J ay nag-split push lang pala doon sa may bandang ibaba.
Tahimik lang si Big J ha. Tahimik lang siya rito. Tunatrabaho niya paunti-unti yung mapa ng Blacklist International. Hindi natin namamalayan kasi medyo agaw attention yung yung isang pitik na lang na kinakailangan din sa top lane ng Smart Omega Pero kung papansinin mo, napakarami ng resources din dito ang nasecure ng Smart Omega kontra Blacklist International. At sila yung literal na nasagot na hindi mo na nakikita yung intention nilang sumugod-sugod dito kasi napakaraming problema sa side ng Smart Omega. Maski yung positioning nila dito, paano ka dadaan dito? Kailangan mo talaga mag-double ingat kung hindi si Dilarian. Pakiramdam ko, nadelikado na agad.
Tsaka si Chakno parang kung hindi nandito, nandun siya sa kabilang ganto. Di ba? Doon niya kinuha yung kill kanina against the MP sa King pero gano'n nga talaga yung nangyayari. More on pokes lang ulit. At every time na merong poke, meron lang din naman nasagot ang Blacklist International. At naisulat na sa mga gantong sabihin na nating mga games na wala masyadong teamfight, ay expect mo na baka may mataas ang chance na maging mahaba yung laban natin.
Ay, hindi na tayo magugulat kung ganyan ang magiging takbo ng ating laban. Kasama natin dito si Ate Mo Chantel.
At kasama din kita, Brigida.
Magkasama pala tayong dalawa para dito sa sereng ito. At mukhang ganun nga ang magiging ganap natin dahil tingnan mo naman, meron na namang nagkakapalitan lang ng pokes at ang kapansin-pansin na nagaganap magmula pa kanina. Si Andorio hindi nang hihinayang sa deadly cut siya. Maski pa clear ng mid ginagamit niya. Pero teka lang!
Magandang pagligtas doon para kay Haji. Ginamit niya kanyang one charge. Pero nga doon sa may Panagedi. Si Ryota napilitan na gamitin niya split-split para makatakas nung pero hindi siya pinatakas ni Outplayed. At Omega, sinisimulan na kuhanin dito yung Lord at masesecure! Dito ni Exhort!
Ang ganda na sana nung nangyari rito, Jackno. Tingnan mo naman, napakarami niyang nadidistract at na-isolate pero si Exhort pa rin ang nakakuha ng turtle. At dito naman si Outplayed, literal na outplay! Kaso nandun yung crap claw cannon!
Makikita natin ngayon for Blacklist International, sila nakakuha ng Lord. Nakabawi din sila. Yung 3K na kalamangan kanina, 1K na lang ngayon. So sabi ni Andorio, kailangan na rin natin makasira ng Torre ngayon. But Lord ay magmamarcha dito sa may taas.
Ang nangingibabaw na katanungan sa utak ng karamihan. Paano kinuha ni Outplay ang Lord? At yan ay ating sasagutin muli sa ating Infinix Instant Replay. Balikan natin. Pero ito kasi ay nangyari matapos na makuha yung Lord. So nandun yung emphasis sa idea natin. Actually,
ni Exhort na Exhort.
Nung sobrang low na yung Lord na nakuha nga ni Exhort dito, ay nag-flicker in si Chakno para talagang hindi makablapit si MP the King. Pero hindi rin yung pinroblema nila at that point. Exhort.
May pitik pa pala ng skill para dito kay Exhort nung moment na yon. So napaganda para yun sa Blacklist. Grabe naman talaga! Pero yun nga lang, sayang, walang kasama. Dito si Haji at dahil dyan, ito na ang go signal ng Omega na tayo naman na gumawa ng play. Hindi na makakatakas, makakatakbo, pero napakalawak ng kanyang red carpet. Sabi nila,
nararamdaman mo na ba ang general? Tumatapang na ngayon ang Blacklist International and very crucial talaga yung nakita natin na Lord Steal mula kay Exhort in order for them to do just that. Pero ang Smart Omega naman ngayon ang umaabante. Sila yung gustong kumuha ng mga kapalit at Bane ang tinitignan natin ngayon. So hindi imposible. Isang outer turret ang nakuha nila kahit pa Blacklist International ang nakakuha ng Lord.
Malinis dito yung ginagawa ng dalawang teams natin. Actually, and take note, si Andorio ay hindi pa pala nakukuha dito sa ating laban. Still at 4-0-2. Eh, paano naman kasi 3 pating? Isang pating pa lang na nakikita mo, para nakakatakot na makasalubong. Paano pa to para sa kanya? And meron pang crowd control na kasama.
Yung crab claw cannon pa niyan, ingatan ninyo ng maigi. Kasi kapag kayo ay may kalambutan sa inyong hero, o kapag lalo ay kayo naging low on HP na may sky fusion siya dyan. So, marami silang ways talaga na iparamdam yung, kumbaga, ay burst damage dito kapag kami nahanap silang magandang target here from Blacklist International. And so far kasi, talagang kapag may nahanap silang isang target, napakabilis lang sa kanilang i-pull off yung pick-off kasi magkakagrupo, magkakasama lang lagi. Dito yung Smart Omega. Hindi ka kukulangin dito ng follow-up from Okir, from Andoryu. At hindi pa nga natin nakikita pagaano si Jome na nakaka-provide yung blazing duet as well.
Parang laging likod gaming muna si Jome sa kanyang blazing duet. So ngayon naman, para sa Blacklist International, probably maganda siguro na mag-win ulit nila yung set ni Haji. Pero this time around, merong kasama na mga players from Barangay Omega. Ito na naman, 13 minutes na. Para yun sa ating laban, nakita natin to kanina, si Exhort ang nakasecure nung Lord. So i-reset muna dito ng Barangay. Siguro sabi nila dito, mag-clear muna tayo ng minion wave. Para if ever na makuha ulit, nakaangat yun sa atin.
Medyo timing lang dito for Haji kasi yung wild charge niya, apart from setup, yun din yung pwedeng pang-cancel sa blazing duet talaga ni Jome kapag ka nag-decide sila na mag-engage or kapag ka nag-decide sila na pumasok na dito, talagang ilaban ito kontra sa Blacklist. And speaking of it, si Haji nga agad ang tinatry ipalo ng members ng Smart Omega. So, ito yung sayawan kung sayawan na makikita talaga natin siya sa ating Lord na hindi pa masyadong pinakiki or pinararamdam sa atin ng magkabila ang kupunan.
Hindi ko na nga alam kung ano bang pinaka-play dito ng dalawang teams natin. Kung maglo-Lord ba tayo or hero muna. Kasi parang sa kilos nila ngayon, parang hero muna yata. Yung gusto nilang gawin. Pero depende din naman sa mood. Kung gusto nila mag-Lord na lang muna.
Basta para sa dalawang teams natin,
Ayan
kompleto
na!
resources. Speaking of, ito na nga yata yung timing na hinihintay pero maaabutan ba? Kasi makaka-out lang sila Haji. So, Conceal ay gamit na for Smart Omega. Papaano pa sila mag-e-engage dito kung ikaw ang Blacklist International?
Grabe talaga. Nagparamdam lang nung Conceal yun. Pero parang nararamdaman nating lahat. Parang mare-reset na naman yung Lord para dito sa ating game more on focus ulit. So again, kompleto naman ng mga spells ang ating mga players dito. Pero hindi, or nagamit na yung Conceal. So for Blacklist International, siguro isang runway from Dilar at tawagin ng buong army para pumasok dito against Omega.
Kaso may wave din sa bottom lane na kailangan problemahin ng Blacklist International dito. So habang nakikipagsabayan sila rito sa control ng Smart Omega sa Lord Pit, ay mukhang meron silang magiging kapalit na torre doon sa bandang bottom lane natin at hindi na nga sila nakalapit. Mukhang ito ay sa Smart Omega na!
Isang mabilis para sa Smart Omega at Seriota tinawag na yung mga armlets. Habang nangyayari yun, ginamit yung kanyang glorious pathway pero hindi aabot ang Blacklist International Smart Omega sa Lord.
Paano ka nga naman kasi papasok at mag-e-engage kung napakarami mong aalalahanin dito sa side ng Smart Omega? Hindi nga siya yung typical na nakatago yung mga members nila.
Kitang-kita eh.
Harapan eh. Pinapakita na mismo ng Smart Omega na nandito sila, na kinokontrol nila yung Lord. Pero Blacklist International talaga'y hindi pa natin ramdam na nagiging committed sila. May unting hesitation pa sa kung paano sila mag-engage dito kontra sa Smart Omega. Kaya naman ngayon mapipilitan munang dumepensa ang Blacklist International at susugod naman ngayon ang Smart Omega kasama yung Lord.
Ito na yung glorious pathway pero papasok doon yung Lord. So madedepensahan ba dito ng Blacklist International? Seriota, tinawag na yung mga armlets niya. Medyo mag-turn around doon sa moment na yun at napalayo nga lang. Medyo free hit. And with a kill. Pero hindi pa rin nadedepensahan yung Lord Sabi ng Omega dito, okay, sira na lang tayo na torre dito sa may top lane.
Feeling ko yun talaga yung magiging call, lalo pa kung ikaw sila Andoryu. Pero Conceal from Haji, maghanap siya ng set. Mukhang mahuhuli si Andoryu pero sasapat pa yung damage kasi may kay Shirma.
Ito na naman yung sinasabi natin pero talagang pang-counter! Unstoppable na! Dito si Andoryu at hindi pa nga rin talaga siya nakukuha dito sa ating game. Akala natin, it's time na para sa Blacklist pero napigilan pa rin.
Andun eh! Naabot malungkot na eh. Nastan na si Andorio. Pero still, naramdaman mo kung gaano kaagap dito ang mga members ng Smart Omega to make sure na hindi siya tutumba. O eto, Frigid Glacier. Sige, pagtangkain nyo na hulihin siya. Hindi namin kayo pagbibigyan. Hindi namin yan hakayaan. At mukhang uubusin na rin ng Smart Omega lahat ng mga inhibitor turrets ng Blacklist International. Pero may wild charge ulit!
Meron namang wild charge. Hindi pa rin nasisira, pero nandun na yung deadly catch para ma-secure yan. So again, parang ano lang muna, pokes para dito sa ating dalawang teams. More on battle of attrition. Pero kung titignan natin, yung base ng Blacklist, nasira na pala lahat ng kanilang mga tore. So medyo mahirap yata na dumipensa mamaya pag mas tumagal yung laban natin at makapag-secure ulit ang Omega ng Lord.
At disiplina pa rin yun for Smart Omega kasi alam lang talaga nila kung ano na yung capabilities. Pero Haji na palalim yata rito.
Mapapaaray ka na lang talaga. Mawawala na immortality si Haji. At si Dilar dito gagamitin yung Glorious Pathway pero Haji is down. Habang wala pang minion, hindi meron pala dito sa may bottom lane. Pwede yatang diretsuhin ng Omega. At sinabi natin more on controlled aggression na nakikita natin dito sa mga kupunan. At for Blacklist International, 4 lang nandito para dumepensa.
Nandun na naman yung deadly catch. MP naking papasok sa likod. Frigid Glacier, nariyan na rin. Pero Dilar ay tutumba na!
Godlike na nga dito ang mga players ng Omega at unti-unti na nga sinisira yung pace. At wala nang sagot dito ang Blacklist. Pero hindi tuloy pa rin ang pag-hit nila. And Omega ang makakakuha ng game number 1.
Malinis at kontroladong daloy lamang ng laban ang ipinakita ng Smart Omega sa pag-secure at sa pagsagot sa mga ideya na hatid sa atin na gusto sanang ipakita ng Blacklist International kanina. Grabing simula para sa sering ito, ramdam natin ang kanilang kagustuhan manalo. Pero para i-breakdown ng mga ganap, ibigay muna natin to sa ating Infinix Game Tambayan.
Good draft, good synergy, and goods na goods pa rin ang Smart Omega as they keep and hope to keep that streak of matches alive as they win game number 1.
You know what's funny? Our question was, how is the Claude gonna enter the team fight? But that ended up becoming, how will Blacklist International enter the team fight? The Hylos, the glue, the Bane together, they couldn't get close.
Yeah, and nabanggit ni Renmar kanina no, na kailangan na makakapangansel dun sa Claude. But the only response from Blacklist International was the Grok. And napupurify agad yun easily yung wild charge ni Haji using that Grok. Madali siyang napupurify ni Big J. Kaya naman grabe yung pagwawala ng Claude sa dance floor na kahit nasa gitna siya, it doesn't matter because there were 5 of them there.
Chakno, di pa tapos. Chakto. Chakto na. Dahil ikaw ang MVP ng game number 1. Just really dishing those assists para sa kanya mga kakampi.
You know, a lot of people are asking, why do the casters, the talents, they seem to praise Chaknu a lot? Come on! That game, it looks like he single-handedly stopped every rotation of Blacklist International. He was always in the right shrubs.
Yes.
He was always in the right position. That even Brigida and Chantel on the Filipino broadcast pointed it out. I'm sure Leo and Ingan said the same thing. Chaknu just was always there. The Mamba was always ready.
Kaya every time na susubukang mag-set up ng koponan ng Blacklist International, and mind you, one of their only key to be able to set up ay, again, yung wild charge coming from Haji, nababantayan agad sila kasi every single time, ang ganda na pagkakapwesto ni Chaknu. But more than Chaknu also, I want to also bring up yung existence dito ni Andoryu. Every chance he gets, he casts deadly catch doon sa mid lane turret. Ibig sabihin, kada umaangat yung minion wave nila, nababawasan ng paunti-unti yung mid lane turret, kaya nagkaroon sila ng madaling space early on sa ating laban.
The minion wave management in the mid lane by Smart Omega made it so difficult for Blacklist International to position well around the Lords. And even in this take, Exort had to go back and help clear those minion waves. And that was already the perfect initiation and start by Haji to try and turn things around for Blacklist International. But then since, again, the constant pressure in the mid lane, it stopped Blacklist International from being able to get the good positions and the good
Sa dance.
timings around the Lord dance.
Yep,
Yes.
definitely. Kaya nahihirapan sila makapwesto kasi again, building up on the fact na ang ganda ng lane management na nagmumula dito sa kupunan ng barangay, nahihirapan din sila na mag-engage na kung susubukan nilang mag-hero dun sa Lord Dance, ang daming pangontra ng kupunan ng Smart Omega. Kaya kung babalikan natin, nabanggit natin sa draft na isa talaga sa mga pang-counter against an assassin ay yung Aurora. And i-couple mo pa yung fact na meron silang deadly catch coming from this vein. Every chance na magka-quad shadow, itong si MP the King, madali siyang napipigilan and madali siyang nababurst down.
Yeah, and look at the itemization by Edith. It's so funny to me that we were talking about this earlier, Auntie Anara, na parang sinasabi natin, ay, wala na masyado nagdo-dominance eyes, but Omega are still sticking to that idea. Of course, going up against the fact that they have the high loss to contest and of course the Revitalize coming in from that EXP laner, the dominance eyes made sense. Add to that the Thunderbelt, the little bits of poke damage basic attacks that you can get from the Edith. It always brought Haji down to a dangerous health level.
Yes, and alam mo, kaya nagme-make sense sa akin yung draft dito ng koponan ng barangay. Lahat sila may slow. Hylos nakapagpapabilis ng kanyang koponan, pero lahat sila may slow. And mind you, whenever kinakas yung Glorious Pathway, it is only Hylos that gets the slow reduction. Ibig sabihin, hindi masuslow si Hylos kapag nandun siya sa Glorious Pathway, but the rest of his team, nasuslow pa rin. Yung Corrosion Sight na nagmumula sa Claude, yung Deadly Catch, yung Hailstone Blast, lahat nagme-make sense. Kaya nahihirapan talaga pumasok yung side ng Blacklist International.
And to think that it was the side of Blacklist International na gumamit ng Bane, na doon nila nakuha, I believe, yung kanilang unang panalo in this Season 14. It was the same sort of medicine that was also used by Omega or Smart Omega against them. You were also pertaining na posibleng maging magulo nga yung laban na to from start to finish. And you've pointed out kung ano yung mga pieces or yung mga key points kung paano ba nila na-detach yung chaos and how can they work on from those chaos. But again, how has it been for the side of Blacklist International? Kasi parang kontrahan lang sila ng gulo eh. What was it for Blacklist International that kind of like gave them a hard time in terms of execution?
Well, along with the slow factor that Auntie Anara mentioned, we have to look at the first two picks and the last two picks of Omega. So they went with the Bane and Glue in the last two picks, and it was very obvious but the effect there. But I want to point out here the Aurora priority for Ukir. So Blacklist International ended up picking the Hayabusa into that. So one of the things you want to do as a Hayabusa is that you disrupt the mid lane rotation by using your ultimate preemptively para matanggal mo yung mga key abilities. For example, if that was a Faramis, you take away the Nether Realm. As the Aurora, gusto mo lang i-pop yung passive niya para mapapaisip na yung roam at saka mid laner, ay sasama ba talaga tayo sa laban na to? But since, again, it's an Aurora, even though we saw that in the first two rotations, he got to pop the passive of Ukir as the game went on. Since he got pressured in the jungle, Chakno was always just covering, they couldn't do that. They wanted to build an advantage before a team fight even began, off of the back of the Hayabusa, off of the back of the Grok, but Omega did not give that.
Yeah, and this is why you guys were pertaining more on like the alpha pick on rather than the Hayabusa. Kasi kahit paano, posible na makalaban pa siya in some of those certain situations, but Hayabusa does, deal a ton of damage, pero going up against probably a glue, it's kind of like a little difficult for them to execute and maneuver sa mga ganong klase ng galawan. And that, aside from everything that they've mentioned, are the reasons why the side of Smart Omega got the victory. Ingan's right over there, and I'm sure that you're gonna be seeing him again in the English broadcast. But for Blacklist International, back to the drawing board. Ang kailangan nilang gawin dito, they're just gonna have to reset. And I'm sure na kayo din kailangan after a really good matchup. Kasi ngayon, it's gonna be Mara Aquino together with our community. Mara, what's up?
Kasama ko ngayon ang mga fans ng Smart Omega. Nasaan na ang mga fans ng Smart Omega? Hindi lang yan. Katabi ko dito ang kanilang super fan. Angie, kamusta ka?
Hello po. I'm very, very happy today.
Okay, so sabi mo nga kanina, super fan ka ng Smart Omega. Meron pang green flag dito. Sino
Proudly
sa kanila?
wearing green.
Sino sa kanila yung talagang sinusuportahan mo?
Siyempre, sino pa bang magaling na mag-entry sa kanila? Chakno!
Chakno! na-impress naman talaga si Chaknu.
Sobra po.
Oh, ngayon, captain na siya. What do you think about that?
Siyempre, I know that his leadership talagang kitang-kita naman sa first game na panalo niya agad. Ang easy nga eh. Akala nga namin, kinakabahan kami kanina. Pero kitang-kita with his leadership, whenever he entries, he goes in with confidence.
Goes in with confidence! Okay, paano ka nga ba naging super fan?
You know, aside from, watching them, syempre here in MPL, supporting them, and inviting my friends, I took it a bit further. Kasi po, me as an aspiring teacher, we guide kids and we actually build an esports guild.
Oh, wow!
Yes.
Saan school to?
Pwede ba
Ay, sige. Pero pwede pala yun, teacher ka. So,
Yeah.
So, pwede silang maglaro ng ML habang nasa class?
Syempre hindi. Iba pa rin yung esports guild nila. It's esports time. And by that, kasi, I have a lot of students who are very interested in ML. And one of my students actually really look up to Chaknu. And yun yung ini-inspire namin na, of course, habang young pa sila, habang bata pa sila na natatrain na sila to becoming maybe, so hopefully, the next esports players.
So sila Chaknu.
Yan, inspiration.
Ayan,
yan.
nakikinig sila
Hello
ngayon,
po.
pati yung Smart Omega. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila kung paano sila nag-i-influence ng mga students mo?
Siyempre, thank you po, especially sa team ng Smart Omega, lalo na po kay Chaknu, kasi you've been inspiring not only here, the people here supporting you guys, but also people who are especially the students who are looking up to you. They want to be like you in the future and they want to be like you as a leader.
Oh, thank you so much, super fan. Sa kabilang panig naman, Angie, kasi alam ko, meron kayong booth kasama natin dito. Community leader, Honey Glaze.
Hi, Mara. Hi, Smart Omega Kabarangay!
Mga kabarangay! Nakakatuwa kasi caster ka dati ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Ngayon, community leader ka na. Alam ko maraming mga pakulo at ganap sa booth nyo. Ano bang makikita ng mga fans doon?
Ngayon kasi, nag-activate na yung booth namin, Mara. We have jerseys available na for every kabarangay or kaya naman every fan of Mobile Legends ngayon na nandito sa MPL. Ayan.
Ang ganda nga. Maganda. Yung jacket ba para on sale ba yun sa
On
mga
the way
fans?
na daw po,
On the
ang
way
jacket.
Na Pati yung pants. Nakalagay Omega.
Secret lang muna yung
Secret
fans.
lang?
Para may pang-intensity. Pero ito yung secret namin
Ano
din.
pa?
Na
Ano
pwede
pa?
naming ibunyag ngayon. Meron kaming, sino bang bias nyo? Meron kaming photo cards of every kabarangay na gustong bumili ng mga merch namin. So, ayan.
Para siyang galit dito.
Ayaw lumabas niyan eh.
Ano to? Lahat ng mga players nandun or tigi-isa ba?
Tigi-isa. Kasi meron kaming pakulo sa booth namin na kapag bumili kayo ng merch, pag bumili kayo ng jersey, hindi nyo malalaman kung sino yung pwede nyo makuha.
So surprise!
Yes.
O, paano pa masuportahan ang Smart Omega? Ano yung mga Facebook, social media? How?
Yan. Pasok po kayo, sali po kayo sa ating community group. Meron po kami dyan on FB. You can also find us on every social media at Omega Esports PA.
Oh, gusto niya yan! Supportahan na ang Smart Omega sa kanilang booth ngayon. Magsisimula na ang ating laban. We're gonna throw to panel. Okay? Kaya nyo? Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Panel?
Kayo?
That's adorable. I want some of those, Mara. Alam mo na, since
Penge.
hawak mo na, huwag mo nang bitawan. Okay, kapit ka na dyan. But yes, for everybody else who's wondering, you got that jersey over there.
Natakpan ko
posible nyo
pala.
makuha.
Sabi ko.
Sino ba yung pangalan na nasa likod? Sino yung pangalan na nasa likod? We're about to figure
Is
it out. It's
Omega! May
Diba?
player pala
So,
na pangalan Omega sa Omega.
Pwede. Back and forth, back and front, at yan ang posible nyo makuha when you go here, dito mismo, sa ating venue to get that. Right?
Gusto ko dito, Omega sa harap, Omega sa likod.
Batik yan, you
Tapos,
know where that is. Ano
meron
pa?
ka bang photo card ng mga favorite kabarangay?
Tapos randomized pa yun. Di mo
Yeah.
alam kung ano magagaling. Pero ito, hindi randomized.
Ano yan?
Kasi pwede kayong manalo ng not 1, not 2, but 90,000
Wow!
diamonds. Iba yung goal. 90,000
Mahirap
diamonds.
kasi
Ang hirap kasi bilangin pag hanggang 90,000. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin is pumunta dito, of course, sa MPL Arena at i-post ang inyong live experience sa Facebook and TikTok with the hashtag MPLS14 live experience. Again, that's hashtag MPLS14 live experience. Siguraduhin nyo lang na naka-public lahat ng posts nyo at itag ang official pages ng MPL Philippines. Para alam naman namin na nag-post kayo kasi sayang naman.
Pag di namin nakita.
Oo, pag di namin nakita, kayo din. 90,000 diamonds din yun.
Sayang.
Sayang na sayang. Pero ito ang mas hindi sasayang. Kasi pwede nyo nang gawin ang inyong smart gameplay pose. Ako, hindi ko alam kung paano ko ba gawin eh. Pero hindi pa natin makikita. Mamaya yan.
Kopyahin nyo!
So si Jome ang bida ngayon. So kailangan yung gayahin yan. Bigyan nyo ako ng konting baril. Kasi I assume baril.
Ayan, yun.
Ayan, tutok.
Gayahin nyo yung post ni Jome! Gayahin nyo yung post ni Jome!
Si Jome.
Gayahin mo yung post.
Gayahin nyo yung post ni Jome! Yun nasa screen nyo!
2,
ayan, kuya.
Ito.
Gayahin nyo yung post! Gayahin nyo yung post!
Guys, oras na para gayahin yung post, ha? Pwede.
We close.
Pasado, we love it. Okay.
Yan!
Nadali mo. Congratulations. At ikaw ang makakuha ng ating redeemable in-game code courtesy of Smart Gameplay Post. Maraming salamat sa hashtag The Power of Smart for making this possible together with MPL Philippines. And again, congratulations sa'yo. Ikaw ang nanalo kasama ang iyong... Ganun. Wala, hindi nyo ginaya. Sayang. Iba na pala yun. Ganun pala yung sunod nun, no? Pero di natin alam. Hindi rin natin alam kung ano ba ang posibleng mangyari dito sa series na to. Kasi sa totoo lang, we've seen Blacklist International, we've seen Smart Omega. Just like what you said, this is history. Madalas na nagiging pangmatagalan ang serye na ito. But from the previous times, we've seen not so much end sweeps as well.
Yeah. Yung gusto ko sabihin dito for Smart Omega, now they pick the blue side. Gets talaga nila yung meta na, ito yung meta na bawal ka talaga matakot. You can't be afraid in this meta. If you see a play, you have to make it. If you want to do something crazy in the draft, you have to go ahead and commit it. Even though low-key, yung Aurora first 2 picks on the red side, it ended up becoming a really good effect. So now I'm interested to see what they're gonna do on the blue side. But we know Coach Bonchan for the longest time has been a really good counter drafter sa red side. So it's gonna be interesting.
And alam mo, no, I really would like to describe Smart Omega's entire gameplay as beautiful chaos. Parang yun talaga yung siguro nagsiset apart sa Omega sa ibang mga teams. Kasi kung papansinin mo yung kuponan ng Smart Omega, kapag naglalaro sila, gulo. Tapos yung gulo na yun, natatranslate nila lagi sa objectives. And sobrang ine-exemplify yun ngayon as we enter week 2. Kasi last week nakita na natin yun. Pero now, pinapalakas pa nila lalo yung ganong klase ng identity nila.
Yeah, honestly, it favors them so well. Na yung mga ganong klase kasi alam nila kung kailan sila dapat maging magulo.
Yes.
And then, habang magulo sila, they're trying to find something like objectives. They're trying to find a kill. They're trying to find something always.
Kaya ang hirap nilang basahin as a team. Right?
Yep. This is now something that Coach Bonchan, just like what Renmar has mentioned, a really good counter drafter para doon sa kanilang composition. We've seen Bane as a surprise para sa kupunan ng Smart Omega. Maybe they could build up on that one as well, knowing that MP the King uses it. But it is still a huge possibility kasi ang dami pang posible at ang daming pwedeng picks. We're gonna start off with Inherit.
Yep. Great first pick up there for Omega, Blacklist. It's just the Moskov or the Roger, or you can actually wait for that pick later on. You can go ahead and... Oh, they go for the Roger. Edith, take it away from Chakno, tas ilagay mo sa kamay ni Haji in the roam. Yep, Edith nga.
The hunter of all the evil gods.
I really think, no, sobrang effective ng Edith. And lagi nating binabanggit to, more than the chain crowd control also. Dahil sa pagkaka-buff again, revamp ng Thunderbelt as an item. Kapag sumasakit yung damage output mo using the Thunderbelt, nagkakaroon ka rin ng hybrid defense based on the stacks. So sobrang ganda ng item na yun, especially for an Edith.
Yeah, I mean, kung tatakpan mo yung teams, yung dalawang teams, parang ito lang din yung kind of like replica with what happened during game number 1, where the Hylas is on the blue side and then the Edith is on the red. Pero ito yata yung change because Aurora's gonna be switching onto the blue side. Dadalhing muli ni na Coach Lembot at Smart Omega yung gamit ni Okir kanina.
Grabe, Aurora priority ulit, ha? Again, lason din to. Pero low yi naman. So, yung option naman dito ng Blacklist International, they don't necessarily have to always just fight around the objectives or fight as one. Again, pwede mo i-match yung yung organized na gulo na playstyle ng Omega. And then, ilaro mo naman yung mapa. Go for the macro plays, go for the split pushes, send the low E somewhere else. Break the formation of Omega.
Yes. Kaya nga, talaga, no, ang ganda lagi ng pagkakapick ng Aurora for the side of OMG. Kasi laging nasa first phase ng draft. And again, nabanggit na natin to kanina, kung paano nga nako-close down noon yung mga assassins. Pero yun na nga daw.
Matic yan,
What she
Matic
said.
yan. What she said. Matic, as of this moment, you'd also love to give commendation para sa lahat ng ating mga fans na nanonood. We're trying to figure something out, at least. Diba? Ayan na. Nakalatag na. And I am sure that all of our amateur teams, including the ones that are at the phone, ay nakikita ang ating mga ganap. But you've mentioned this as well, going back into the draft, na parang yung Blacklist International, ayaw nila nung gulo the same way that Smart Omega kind of wants to. So at some point in time, mas bibilisan nila kung ano yung ganap. Sa totoo lang, pwede kami din.
Tama!
Pwede kami din.
Sino gusto ng Game 3?
Diba? We don't agree, we don't disagree. All we saying is, we understand.
Oy! Ang ganda! Blinak nila kagad yung potential na Bane pickup.
Yep. And also, yung pagkaka-first skill ng
Loyi.
isang Luyi, yung Circling Eagle ng Mathilda, lahat mabablock ng Guardian's Barrier.
Mapapabalik. Iikot si Haji sa sarili niya. Well, hindi naman sa ganun, pero parang ganun. Parang ganun na.
Parang medyo mahihirapan siya to like unleash those wisps na dala nitong Matilda just because of the shield na dala nitong Lolita. Any final thoughts regarding the final pick para sa Blacklist?
Pwede pang mag-Julian yung koponan ng Blacklist International. Although, kung mag-Julian sila, kailangan lang nilang maging cautious dun sa fact na pwedeng ibalik ng Lolita yung shuriken na umiikot. Yun lang naman yung kailangan nilang bantayan.
Favors the goal.
Ang lasa ng Lolita pick kasi mapapaisip ka talaga na kung ano yung pipiliin mo. So, feel ko ito yung safe option. Lalaro na lang nila yung mapa. They're just gonna end up playing the map, playing the macro game because it's so tough. Again, it's tough for Blacklist International to fight into the lineup of Omega.
This is what we're talking about, right? Yung lineup ng Smart Omega, lagi sila may baon. Just like what you said, we've seen Hanzo, now it's the Lolita para sa barangay.
Oo, kasi ang gandang sagot nito kasi na-force na nila na hindi mag-Bane. Tapos ngayon, lahat ng heroes na meron, yung kupunan ng Blacklist International, I would say madaling ma-counter ng Guardian's Shield Barrier na isang Lolita. Kasi even the Blazing Duet of a Claude, kaya agad ibalik ng Lolita yung damage output na nanggagaling doon.
This is what I often forget too. Guardian Bulwark pala.
Oo.
Yung kay
Dati
Lolita.
kasi
Yung barrier, kay Grak pala yun.
Kay Grak. Pero dati may barrier din.
May barrier din siya eh.
Well, eto na yun. We're about to figure out if Smart Omega can sweep or Blacklist International will extend to Game 3.
Welcome to Mobile
Pasok
Legends!
agad sa laban at ating sama-sama tunghayan kung paano nga ba sasagutin ng Blacklist International muli ang napakagandang pinangharang ng Smart Omega muli sa kanilang mga intensyon going into game number 2 ng ating laban. May mga humihiling na mag-game 3 naman tayo dyan. Dito pa lang natin malalaman kung maisa sa katuparan ang inyong mga kahilingan.
Titignan natin kung ganun ba ang mangyayari para dito sa takbo ng ating laban. So, grabe agad. Dito, parang na-miss talaga nila yung isa't isa. Hello, my friend. I missed you so much. Pero mapapauwi si Dilar,
Yung mga greetings natin dito, kakaiba para sa mga XP-laners natin. Maagang sinisimulan at pinipindot ang mga sticker at recall. Pero yun nga ang kinaibahan this time ay meron tayong mas pwedeng i-anticipate siguro na macro plays talaga from Blacklist International or yung mga posibleng mga panggagalingan nila na hindi pangkaraniwan kasi meron naman na silang Luyi this time. May mga nakita tayo before, di ba? Yung mga Luyi, Claude na mga pagmamanage lalo.
Parang world tour.
Kaso nga lang, yung harapang sagot, paano nila i-manage din kapag nag-boil down na siya sa kailangan walang choice, idaan na sa team fight.
Oo nga, parang pinakakailangan nila dito. Uy, ayun lang! First blood para dito sa side ng Omega. Nakasalubong si Haji nung moment na yon. And going back to your thought, oo nga, parang si Dilar lang pala yung pinakapagkukuhanan nila later on nung prowess na humarap. Kung nagkakabugbugan sa top lane, ganun din naman sa may bottom lane. Pero ang hindi alam ni Joba, nandito na si MP the King. Sumabat at nasa saktong timing lang naman ang respo. But Smart Omega, sila ang makakasecure ng ating unang turtle. Pero malinaw na trade yun for Blacklist International na tinanggap na lang din nila. At siniguro na lang na hindi tulad nung kanina nating nakitang laban, hindi magra-ramp up ng ganun kabilis yung lead in favor of Smart Omega.
Oh, tsaka siguro sabi nila dito parang focus tayo kay outplayed this time para activated na agad. Huwag na natin paabutin nung sinasabing late game. Para sa Claude, kailangan makasama na agad later on pagdating sa team fight. So better start para dito sa Blacklist International. Ang mga natin dito is kung saan magte-teleport from time to time si Kuya Exhort.
Ang timings lang din siguro or piliin ng maigi ng Blacklist International which team fights ang kanilang mga susugurin. Kasi so long as up yung Guardians reflection dito, isa siya sa mga pwedeng harangin netong si Chaknu. Kapag ka nag-blazing duet siya, babalik at babalik lang din yun. So marami talagang mga naging checkmate na sagot ang Smart Omega dito pagdating sa ating draft. Hindi lang siya sa Lolita, hindi lang siya doon sa Aurora, pero even nga doon sa mga paano mo gagawin yung super forward lang din na intentions mo kung may pwedeng humarap din sa yung glorious pathway para potentially ay manigate yung aggression na gusto mong i-implement for Blacklist International. And to think na ngayon nga ang aga, si Jomay, nakakasama na rin agad sa Smart Omega.
Nagala na agad, Grand Eyeball. Para lang tignan. Anong kulay ng damit mo ngayon? Red. Sinilip lang nila sa may gitna kanina. So parang kakaiwang Omega talaga na nakikita natin ngayon. No?
Sobra.
Kasi lason yung mga picks nila, nandun yung identity, pero sobrang linis nung kanilang rotation, ng kanilang ginagawa. Now for Blacklist, parang mas ano naman ngayon, mas alam nila kung ano yung magiging pattern naman nila against Omega.
Maraming silang kailangang mahanap paunti-unti dito sa laban ito na timpla kung paano nila ilalabas yung gusto nilang mangyari ng aggression. Kasi to think, magiging mahirap din yung sitwasyon kapag sobrang naging defensive lang nung mga sagot o responses dito ng Blacklist International. Mga guiding wind pa out, mga tipong ganun. Pero Dilar, tignan mo, nagparamdam lang ng kaunti dito sa turtle pit natin. Dininay na agad ng Smart Omega pero sa kabilang dulo naman ng mapa, na kay Joma ang focus ng buong Blacklist International pero buhay pa rin siya.
Nakasalubong na, sabi nila wala sila dun sa may turtle. Parang gusto ulit at kumuha dun sa may bottom lane. Kaya naman nakakuha ng kanila si Exhort. At tinawaan pa nung blast ng moment na yun. So walang trade ang side ng Blacklist International kasi hindi din naman nila nakuha si Big J.
Oo, sobrang grabe yung pakikiramdam dun ni Jom na nabuhay siya, nakabalik siya, nakarigate kasama nung kanyang mga kakampi dito sa baba. And mukhang sila pa ang makaka-maximize doon sa attempt ng Blacklist International kasi kahit paano paunti-unting energy shields din. And kamunti kang pick off on to outplayed yung nakita nating ganap doon sa bottom lane natin. So, ulit-ulit lang. Blacklist International ngayon, nararamdaman natin yung pagka-reactive ng kanilang mga nagiging rotations and kailangan nilang magdoble ingat kasi at this point na nakakapagkuha na naman ng mga tore ang Smart Omega. Mas nararamdaman mo na yung, ay, si Jackno hindi na basta-basta pang salo lang yung mga Numinod blast niya mamaya. Pwede na talaga silang maghanap ng mga engages na gusto nila.
Oh, tsaka si Seriota din ay makalat-kalat na rin doon sa may mapa. So magkakaroon tayo ng switching by the way. So top lane da si Jong. This time around dahil magsuspawn nga din naman dito sa may bottom lane yung next natin na objective. So ganito lang ulit ang takbo ng ating laban. At mahirap nga din naman kung ikaw ay Louie at Matilda na parang every time meron nga may nakakapanintig balahibo sa bush.
Hindi mo sure kasi tingnan mo ultimo sa ganitong punto ng laban natin ay hindi naman sobrang nagpapakita or hindi naman sobrang informed ang Blacklist International kung saan nakatambay ang mga members ng Smart Omega. So fortunately for them, mukhang meron silang unang objective na makukuha rin naman or third objective na makukuha dito sa bottom lane natin. Pero napakaagap din ng Smart Omega. Lamang pa rin sila kahit anong sabihin natin kasi dalawang tore na ang makukuha nila. Pero teka lang, Jom!
Ayan na si Jom. Naku, napapaligiran na dito ng tatong players ng Blacklist. Pero madali lang makakatakas. Ginamit niya yung kanyang Zama Force kanina. MP the King. Naku, nahuli ka ngayon! At nasugtog pa nga dito ng side ng Omega. Habang nangyayari yun, nakuha na rin yung turtle. Napakaganda pag-stand doon para kay Chuck Numen ng blast sa harap! At tinamaan pa nga doon na skill ni Jom. Kaya naman
Dilar is gonna be down. Dalawa agad na nakuha dito against Blacklist International. Sabi ni Ryota, nakakita ng pwedeng teamfight. Sige, latag agad ng Glorious Pathway. Sugod agad tayo. Buong Smart Omega, buong barangay, nakita mo bigla, nasa harap na ni Dilar. Nasa harap na ng mga members ng Blacklist International, and now slowly, pinagharian na rin yung mismong mapa, yung mismong jungle ng Blacklist International. After ni Andorio lang din namang tahimik kinuha yung objective na up kanina. So patong-patong na resources na naman ito na nasecure ng Smart Omega. Balikan natin ng mabilisan sa ating Infinix Instant Replay. Tignan mo yung latag, hindi lang pala ng Glorious Pathway, pati ng Frigid Glacier.
Oo, tapos si Chakmo din, ayun,
tumiming.
Doon na nangyari ang nangyari kay Dilar, and nung moment din na yun, parang nakasalubong din ni MP the King. Majority ng mga players dito ng Omega, nakita na naman natin yung Glorious Pathway, si Exort ang target nila. Pero makakapag-guiding wind, papalayo dun sa mga players ng Blacklist.
Oo, nasundo naman kahit papano, pero teka lang, si Outplayed, parang sabi nila, okay lang yun. Meron kaming pansalo at hindi na naramdaman halos ng Smart Omega yung Blazing Duet na binato niya dun. Medyo mahirap tong sitwasyong kinahaharap ng Blacklist International.
Oo, tsaka parang hindi din natin nakikita yung mga pa-vacuum. Kailangan lang dito ng vacuum. Kailangan malinisan yung ginagawa ng Omega kasi, well, malinis naman pero kailangan tungisan pala yung ginagawa ng Omega kasi, alam mo yun, alam nila kung saan pupwesto. Alam nila kung saan pupunta.
Kailangan may pang-disrupt tayo.
Yan, kailangan maging madumi ang malinis. Minsan sa buhay, hindi pwedeng laging malinis.
Oo, kailangan ay ma-expose para tumibay. Ganon ang kailangan natin makita. Pero teka lang, diversion play!
Okay, nakita, sabi ni Ryota, okay, sige, Dilar, dito ka muna. Habang nangyari na makaganda pagpasok na naman ng Frigid Glacier. Para pinasok doon sa may bridge din. At lumipat na nga dito si Haji. MP laking makapalipat palayo. Habang si Dilar nakuha na rin. So dalawa agad na napatay ng Omega. At meron pang Lord na pwede kuhanin.
Ginusto nyo man makipagsabayan, mas naging handa ang Smart Omega sa nakita nating laban. At hindi yun yung best timing for Blacklist International dahil nga meron tayong up na Lord objective na for sure ngayon ay isi-secure na lang ng mabilisan ng Smart Omega. So literal na depensa na naman ang kinakailangan at hindi maganda ang kasalukuyang kinatatayuan ng ating mga quote-unquote cores for both of these teams. Grabe yung nakikita nating discrepancy in terms of gold. Kailangan talaga nila na makapag-farm muna para makabawi mamaya.
Kahit isang item pa siguro kay Outplayed. Kasi dalawa pa lang yung core item dito, yung Crescent Sight tsaka yung kanyang Demon Hunter Sword. Even for Dilar, parang road to Athena Shield pa lang siya dito sa game natin, and we just really have to commend yung mga paano dito, pa Elsa ni Kuya Okira.
Alam mo yung kanina, umiikot siya. Siya yung parang naglatag ng Frigid Glacier sa pwedeng daanan ng Blacklist International to disengage. So natrap na lang din talaga, kaya tayo nakakita nung hiwalay na laban kanina kontra or between Omega and Blacklist International. Na syempre, pumabor yun sa Smart Omega kasi isipin mo, na ganito na kayo kalamang, yung mid laner nyo na yung kayang lumalim at manggo, pero teka lang, nilapag na naman ang Glorious Pathway. Kailangan palayuin ng mga members ng Blacklist International, tore lang para raw sa Smart Omega.
Tapos ang ganda pa ng minion wave dito ng side ng Omega. At yung Lord nandun pa sa may bottom lane. And imagine, every time na tumitigidig dito si Kuya Abayar, may kasama pang yung shield ni Chakno. Pero wait, nakita na naman si Haji. Mapag-flicker out, ginamit yung Circle Eagle at sakto na naman yung Luminum Blast. Megatin na para dito kay Joma. At habang nangyayari yun, hindi pa rin or nagpo-flow pa rin yung minion wave ng Omega. So medyo mahirap yata ngayon para sa Blacklist na dumepensa.
Nag-attempt makatakas doon si Haji, pero pag-landing niya, pasok siya sa Luminum Blast ni Chuck Mamba. And another Glorious Pathway na kung tatapusin na ba ng Omega?
At hindi na yata nila kailangan na teamfight pa kasi nagka-tower lock na sila. Kita natin ngayon, mamatay pa si Dilar. Walang minion wave on side ng Omega. So buhay pa rin ang Blacklist. Pero tuloy-tuloy yung agresyon na kanilang pinapakita dito para sa ating game.
Kumakapit pa rin ang Blacklist International sa depensa para dito sa ating laban. Pero ang Smart Omega, sugod kung sugod. Iisa lang ang kanilang nakikita. Inhibitor turret, Luminum Blast na kung tatama sa tatlo!
Tatlo naman talaga ang nakita niya. At hindi na kailangan pa dito na dumepensa ng Blacklist kasi tatapusin na ng Omega. Another sweep para dito sa kanila.
At parang ganun lang. Tapos,
ang laban. Pabor sa Smart Omega. At ramdam mo kung gaano sila kadominante so far dito sa MPLPH Season 14. Sobrang linis ng performance ng Omega and yung timing ni Sakmo ng Blast. Sobrang ganda ng connection nila with Atoy R and parang hindi nakapag-prepare or hindi in-expect ng Blacklist na gano'n kalinis yung magiging performance ng Omega dito. Kahit ako sobrang linis talaga. Naghahanap ako, nag-iisip ako sa anong mga paparaan o mga sagot ang pwede kasi parang lahat ng mga intentions dito may direct na magiging salo talaga ang Smart Omega. Sabi nga natin, ultimo dun sa mga guiding wheel. Yung positioning both ni Chakno and Ukir para sa akin sobrang highlight talaga
Yung
nun.
distance, no? Para magbigay ng space kay Ukir na, dito ka mag-set ng, dito mo ilagay ang frigid glacier.
Or sabihin, mag-usap sila. O ikaw muna dun sa likod, ako muna dito sa likod. Kasi literal na wala ka nang matatakbuhan. Sakop na lagi ng Smart Omega yung mga nakikita nating laban. And for Blast International, sabi mo nga, isa lang ang pinaka magiging dependable na front nila in the latter portions of the game. But even then, hindi rin siya nakakaporma masyado. But still, isa itong nagiging pagsubok na naman at nakita nating attempt from Blacklist International. Aabangan nating lahat ang pagtimpla nila sa tamang code at sa paghanap ng tamang timpla na kinakailangan sa kanila.
And ito, bago pa nagsimula yung ating season, timplado na. Kumaga ihawin na lang yung Smart Omega.
Pinagdaanan na nila nung nakaraang season lahat ng kinakailangan nilang pagdaanan at ngayon nakikita na natin ang bunga. Kausapin muna natin ang ating winning team kasama ang ating host na si Mara Aquino.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. Bagong shot! Omega! Congratulations, Smart Omega. Briota, quick background sa lahat ng mga hindi nakakaalam. Dati, kayo ni Dilar, di ba? Teammates kayo nung Onyx. Main 5 siya nun, ikaw, sub, para kay Dilar. Ngayon, you're going head-to-head against each other. Natatalo mo na siya. How does that make you feel?
Para sa akin, sakto lang. Kasi, feel ko parang nagbabawi pa siya ng laro kung magkakabalik na lang. Yun para sa akin.
Patingin nga ng side mo na parang Dilar ulit. Patingin. Tapos yung point mo, patingin. Yung side mo, yung kanina, pinakita mo. Ryota, it's so nice to see you shining. That's really, really nice. Ngayon naman si Chaknu. Wow! Okay, ulitin natin yon. Ngayon naman si Chaknu. Chaknu, pag ikaw talaga humahawak ng mic, no? Talaga nababaliw yung mga tao. Chaknu! Eto ba, you guys have been winning. How many games in a row? Win streak kayo. Eto na ba yung best form ng Smart Omega? At bakit nga ba na parang pasok na pasok yung playstyle ng Omega sa meta ngayon?
Siguro, hindi pa to yung best form namin Ano pa lang. Abang daily, nag-i-improve kumbaga daily.
Mag-i-improve pa kayo ngayon? Nasa-sweep nyo na yung mga kalaban nyo? So bakit nga ba pasok yung playstyle ng Omega? Kasi napansin ko, usually yung mga teams na very systematic ay hindi ganun kaganda yung resulta sa meta ngayon. Pero kayo, yung Omega, nag-go lang ng go, lagi kayong nananalo. Bakit nga ba kayo pasok ngayon?
Siguro, mas lang kami sumugal sa play, ganun. Kaya pasok yung laro namin sa meta ngayon.
Yan, malakas yung loob niyo palagi Go lang ng go. Si Andorio naman. Andorio, I wanna highlight Andorio. Okay. So last week nga, sinabi namin, natalo mo yung mga nililista ng mga tao na #1 na jungler. Pero hindi ko natanong sa'yo, kung ma-rate mo yung mga junglers ngayon, ano yung top 3?
Top 1 si Kyle. Top 2 si
Kyle.
Top 2 po si Carl.
Carl.
Tapos yung top 3, dalawa Okay
Sino?
lang. Si Demon Kite saka si King Kong.
Si Demon Kite and King Kong. Bakit wala ka doon sa top 3?
Mas malakas sa akin yun
Nice answer. But you know, Ay, ano ang sinasabi nito? Okay, now, let's take a look at the MVP of the game. Na-distract ako sa'yo, Jones. MVP of the game is... Okay! Congratulations, MVP! Uy, nabubuhay ang mga fans muli ng Smart Omega. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila? Ano na pa ba ang dapat namin asahan mula sa inyo?
Gusto ko lang sabihin sa mga fans ng Omega, no? Thank you sa suporta. Tapos sa mga pumunta sa venue, patuloy nyo kami suporta sa mga parating namin na laban. Yan.
Congratulations!
Tapos shoutout pala sa kay Sir Lay. Tapos yung Facebook daw kasi ni Coach Ron, nahack eh. Baka daw pwedeng may makatulong doon. PM nyo na lang, Ronel Tan.
Nahack ang Facebook. Alam mo, Coach, ganyan yung nangyayari kapag nananalo. Nagkakaroon tayo ng mga hackers. And now it's time to announce our super fan, our lucky fan with 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Ganito ngayon sa MPL, we pick one lucky fan every series to give away 3,000 diamonds. What's your name?
My name is Johannes,
You have an accent, Johannes. Where are you from?
Indonesian.
Indonesia! So you love MPL Philippines, yes?
Yes.
I see here that you have Smart Omega. I'm guessing they're your favorite team. Who's your favorite player?
Chaknu.
Chaknu! Chaknu, tabi naman kayo para para matuwa naman ang ating fan. What do you want to say to Chaknu? Your idol is right there. What do you want to say to Chaknu?
Because this Chaknu playing game is good.
It's good.
Yeah. And I am in-game player, tank player.
You're a tank player. Chaknu, what do you want to say to him? Pumunta ng Indonesia para sa'yo. Grabe ka, ha?
Thank you for supporting me.
Ang galing mag-English! Ay, that's a nice shirt. How about you invite everyone here to buy the same shirt?
Sorry, what?
Invite everyone to get the same shirt. There's a booth outside.
I am today in buy this jersey.
You just bought this today, right? Oh, bumili na rin daw kayo. Congratulations once again. You have 3,000 diamonds. You can do a fist bump with Chaknu or handshake niya. Bite mo naman, Chaknu. Thank you so much. Grabe ka. Pupunta dito galing Indonesia. Ano mo sasabi mo doon? Yung mga fans dito, pinupuntahan ka sa Pilipinas.
Kayo yung nagiging inspiration ko. Thank you po.
Wow! The fans are the inspiration. Once again, congratulations to Smart Omega. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Smart Omega. Iba ang anyo this season. They're on a win streak. And it seems like every team is having a hard time going against them. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasok.
You know, Auntie, Renmar, and of course, the ones who are watching in Infinix Kingdom Bayan, we're not used to seeing this. Right? We're not used to seeing Smart Omega dominate. And lagi nating sinasabi na, what if in an alternate universe? Na hindi sila nagsisimula sa dulo. Nagsisimula sila sa umpisa, and that is what we're seeing this season.
They understand it. They get this meta that even Chaknu said it. He said it in Filipino. This is the meta that you can't be scared. You have to be brave when you team fight. Bro, at one point, Okir flickered into the back line in the middle of a team fight as an Aurora to get 3. Bro,
grabe yung layering ng skills ng Smart Omega na parang hindi mo na nga masasabing magulo kasi sobrang systematic ng ginagawa nila na all throughout the match, alam nila yung strength na meron, yung kuponan na meron sila. And because of their strength, alam nila how to go about the strength that they have. Every single time, yung Numenon Blast coming from Chakno, tapos lelayeran pagkatapos na Frigid Blazer coming from Okir, laging maganda yung response ng side ng Smart Omega na yung ginagawang plays ng Blacklist International, nagmumukha tuloy na parang nababasa agad nila.
And it's funny because we've seen this before. Omega has shown that this is part of their DNA back when they were still under a different organization, the old group of players, this new generation, the DNA is still there. Look at that, that's what we're talking about. Okir going to the back line of them making decisions you don't expect any other team to do, and you will get surprised. That's why back in Season 9, even before that, they were already called the Lason, the poison of the league. They do the things that you don't expect to do, and they make it work.
I think the main strength of Smart Omega that we've seen from them time and time again is their unpredictability. Like, you don't know kung ano yung gagawin nila susunod because, you know, just like what you said, Riku going to the back line or Okir going back to the back line para lumanding ng tatlo with his ultimate. Chakno in the same way. And even the rest of the members are starting to play like him, being very aggressive, which is something that you don't expect.
And so Omega, in Omega fashion, they have Inspire and even the Mystery Shop on both the Harith and the Lolita. So it's like it just goes to show that they want to get their abilities faster. They want to be able to get their items just a little bit faster. They want to play fast.
Oo, kaya nga kumbaga yung nakikita natin right now na galaw ng Smart Omega, this is them na walang hino-hold back. Na kapag commit, full commit, na kahit masabi natin na maka-respond yung kabilang team, it doesn't even matter. Kasi by the time na maka-respond yung team na kalaban nila, nabawasan na sila ng isa, ng dalawa, kasi yung chain crowd control, yung pagragasa ng barangay, parating nandun.
Ito na talaga yung pagbabalik na nakikita kong godlike Chakno. The reason kung bakit ang daming tank main sa Pinas na pag tinanong mo, sino paborito mong professional player?
Chakno.
It's been like that.
Yung galaw ni Chakno talaga, parang alam niya what's going to happen next.
Pero grabe kasi, hindi mo lang masasabi na si Chakno lang eh.
Yes.
Jome, Andorio, Okirio, gets rin nila. Lahat nila, alam nila yung assignment. So we really have to commend Coach Stronger, Coach Lembot, Coach Snap. Ang lupit naman ginagawa ng coaches ng Omega with the rest of the team.
And this is the reason why they haven't changed their lineup from last season, right? We've always wondered, we've always asked ourselves and asked Smart Omega kung bakit out of everyone, sila yung nagkaroon ng minor changes. Yung mga pinakamaliliit na pagbabago dun sa roster nila. And I guess we're starting to see why.
This is what chemistry does. Ganito yung nangyayari kapag imbibe ng bawat isa yung identity na meron yung koponan. Na yung sinabi kanina ni Chakno na no hesitation mentality, lahat all in, lahat pasok kung kaya, yun yung nakikita natin sa koponan ng barangay ngayon eh. Walang hesitations, walang pagdadalawang isip, kaya naman kapag nag-all in sila, talagang all in, na kapag nag-hold back ka dun sa ganong kind of mentality, malulugi ka talaga.
Malulugi, yeah. And the most important thing is, it's all in, but it's not all into the front line. It's Okir, go to the back line, try to get someone. It's Jome, see if you can find a good angle. It's not just direct. They're going all in, but they're approaching from different angles during team fights.
Yeah, I love that. Kasi coming in from different sides, hindi sila like very one-dimensional. And that is actually how our standings are looking like as of the moment. Smart Omega, match win, lose, 3 wins and no losses as of the moment. Top of the standings, and nakita rin natin yung tatlo pa sa ibang mga teams na naglaban-laban all throughout the day.
Alam mo, there's a reason kung bakit Omega yung nagpasimula ng high loss sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Alam na alam nila how to maximize using it. Na every single time kapag gamit nila yung hero na yon, be it Chakno, Ryota, alam nila yung role na kailangan nilang gampanan.
Hopefully it doesn't end up becoming a replay of what happened in MPL Philippines Season 10. Season 10, Omega started off hot for the
start.
majority of the season, and then eventually they fell off. Hopefully, we don't see that because I don't know, that would just suck. That would hurt.
Yeah, medyo mahihirapan ang Smart Omega, and they hope that they could keep their momentum para na rin sa barangay at sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa kanila. But kayo din, you can assemble your own community tournament and you can have intense matchups just like this one because you can be part of E-Project Esports for everyone and show the world your impeccable esports prowess. Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, at marami pang iba. You can register by what?
Scanning the QR.
Yeah, just scanning the QR code right there.
Alam mo, may gusto lang din ako i-bring up, no?
Ano yan?
Yung kanina, yung super fan natin na nanalo ng 3,000 diamonds, galing siyang Indonesia. Kaya ikaw, nasa Pilipinas ka lang, bakit hindi ka magpunta sa
Yan
venue?
ang sinasabi ko sa inyo eh.
Salamat tang, my Indo brothers.
Thank
Gus,
you.
come
Thank
here.
you. Maraming salamat
Terima kasih.
sa pagpunta dito. Terima kasih for going here. Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but yes, I hope you understood. Pero, just like what we were saying a while ago, kung may laban at pinakita natin ang standings ng ating mga MPL teams, parang pwede rin nating ipakita ang standings ng ating mga MPL fans. Dahil sa Infinix Fan Sick laban, ito ang nangyari. TNC, Team Liquid ang nagwagi. Pero, Blacklist International, ang agents, they took revenge on the barangay for that one.
Yeah, for the English viewers there, we have a fan tournament in
That's
MPL
right.
Philippines Season 14. So these are the fan groups of each MPL team. They have representatives and they play in a small weekly tournament that happens here on site. So I'm very happy to see that the community is active and we're seeing more fans, you know, being active in social media,
Yes.
clipping each other, showing off their skills. It's really cool.
Kasi nga kanina, no, nabanggit natin na meron kang chance to win 90,000 diamonds as long as you film your experience here in the MPL Philippines arena.
And we're so happy that you guys are enjoying. Because same with us. Nag-enjoy kami na makita kayo that you're actually, you know, cheering. Ang daming nagsisigawan kanina. Ang daming buhay na buhay. And I am so happy na nandito tayo lahat and we've got to witness those intense matchups. I believe you have final thoughts. Do you guys have any final thoughts?
See you for the rest of the week. I'm excited.
What a series, Omega.
Parang four words lang ba per ano? Well, I guess that's it for them. In behalf of Auntie Anara and Renmar Santa Cruz, my name is Hans Galeria. Maraming salamat po. This has been Ian Phoenix Game Tambayan. Mara, floor is yours.
Today, we saw the cavalry continue to ride the momentum at ang tibay ng barangay na laging sumusugad pataas. MPL Philippines Season 14 is just beginning. Marami pa tayong matutuklasan dito sa MPL Arena as more will unveil the hero within. Ako po si Mara Aquino. Kita-kits po muli tayo bukas and we're gonna find out a lot more things. So keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!